Oh, I am muted. Oh my god, I've been talking for 5 minutes. Thanks, Kevo. Oh my god. I was talking about how, let me summarize. I don't call myself a morning person, but for me, this is early morning, 10:45 on a weekend. And, but I feel like real morning people are like 7 a.m. types. Sorry, hey Mike. Hey, I'll say it again. Hey Mike. Oh, hey Avison. Kevo, what's up? Deliveries are bad? You think so? Okay, I think some of them are bad. Yeah. I don't think they're all bad. Like this is pretty classic looking. These with the gradients seem cool, but I think they're a little over the top. This one, I don't know what is going on with this one with like the chevrons on it, whatever. The like farting rainbow unicorn is hilarious. You've been up since 6. Yeah, this is afternoon for you. Yep. Yeah, 10 a.m. is your afternoon. This one looks pretty cool. I think this one might be good. Anyway, we're gonna see so many third-party liveries for this. It's fine. If you compare this with what you get with most stock planes, like you usually get like 3-4 liveries with a Sobo plane, like the general white one, the 2 Aviators Club ones, like the Xbox and the blue variation, or vice versa, and then maybe 1 additional livery. So I'm glad to still have a bunch. But yeah, some of these are ugly. I'll agree with you there, Solo. All right, I'm gonna use this Rosario one. And where do we want to go today? Actually, I'm gonna go check my content manager, because I think last week I made like a quick decision in buying a few airports and stuff, and I forget what I got. I just basically went to the, I guess it's easier to go to the marketplace. I had gone to the marketplace and I just typed in California under airports and I bought several things. So I went here and let me go to owned and see what I got. Some of these I've owned in the past, but I think I bought a couple. Oh yeah, I bought this Venice Beach pack by Any Builds just because I fly around like the Santa Monica, Venice area over the water. So this makes sense. Just if you're departing LAX or any other nearby airport, Long Beach, Santa Monica, Van Nuys. So it has like the Ferris wheel and stuff, which is, you know, Santa Monica Pier. Just a standard thing to see. They got the skate park. So I had picked that up. I picked up Oakland when I did a flight out of there recently, and then I picked up San Luis Obispo for the last couple flights. I think other than that, I've had most of this. Oh, I picked up the Santa Monica one, even though it has low reviews, because I've flown out of there a bunch of times. San Diego, Burbank. Yeah, so I just looked for California. So what don't I have? Half Moon Bay. Since I'm the worst at deciding where to fly, this kind of helps me, even though it costs me money to do it, obviously. It's like, oh, like there's a small airport, I can grab one. Oh man, these are some bad ratings, 2.8. Especially these smaller airfields. Actually, before I get started, I want to look up really quickly. I'm going to Google this before your eyes. M500 takeoff distance. Okay, 1,650 feet. 50-foot obstacle takeoff distance is 2,400, call it 2,500. So 1,600, so 2,000 to 2,500 feet for runways. So that's the size airport we're looking for in general. SJC is pretty slick. Okay. There's Victorville, Santa Paula. There's a John Wayne. These are good ratings. I don't know, UK 2000. Yeah, SJC by Orbex. I'm down for that. Let's start with SJC. Grab this and we'll see how this goes. Is the chat working? I have a feeling that it's not working. And I know you guys said that you actually like seeing the chat in the corner. To fix this, which is also really good. It's really good when we're watching full screen, right? That's an awesome point one of you guys made last time, is that if you're on your phone or tablet, me personally, I do the same thing. I never have the chat open. I want to full screen everything. So having the chat in the corner is really nice. And because I've been doing the multi-stream thing now, when there is, you know, 1 or 2 people on Twitch and they talk, they can see the chat from YouTube and vice versa. So I think that's cool. Yeah, I think it's a great option. I'm going to keep doing it, but I think I messed it up. And this was kind of a test. If you guys care, how YouTube works is you basically have a permanent stream URL that you have. So you can just turn it on and off whenever you want, or you can schedule a stream. If I schedule a stream, you get the 30-minute heads up, but then it acts as like a separate event that you choose in YouTube when you do the stream. And I think when I do that, it breaks the chat widget. The chat widget does not support those scheduled streams. So I think actually for me to get this working correctly, I need to restart the stream really quickly and you guys will get a new notification. I feel a little bad about it, but at the same time, oh wait, the chat's showing up. Wait, it's there. Oh my God, never mind, saved. We see the chat now. I know that it's overlaid over this crazy text down here. All right, never mind. I don't have to restart it. Nice, it works. Mike says I always buy Orbex through Orbex. Yeah, you guys know me though. I'm just so lazy that I want everything through the marketplace. I do have some things through Orbex like Rex AccuSeason, and I think I might have a couple sceneries through there that I don't have installed. But I just love everything here through the content manager as much as possible. All right, so let's go from San Jose today and we'll take a look at that scenery. And I'm just going to do a few flights today with OnAir Company. Maybe we'll do like 3 or 4, see how long I want to go. And I'm going to use FSHud just so we have some semblance of ATC. And one other thing I want to do, this is something Delta Tango showed me when we were doing some flights together. If you go into, and I don't know that this is necessary, but it makes a lot of sense to me. If you go into your content manager after you've purchased scenery, some airports have a default version because of Asobo. So like if I go to LAX, you see there's 2 of them. And you may need to go up here and make sure instead of this little box that you choose the list. So it'll list all the individual things. And I think I had a couple of these where both were installed. I had the third-party one, like the Anycene LAX, and the Asobo one. And I can only imagine that could cause confusion in the sim. So you might want to go through and whenever you buy a scenery, make sure that you don't have it from some package, from some world update or something like that. So then you can go here and delete the duplicate one. And what else? You could also go up here and change to the list mode. And then if you sort alphabetically and then scroll down the list to where it starts with K, assuming you're flying in the United States. So now I'm in the K section with every item listed. Now I can go through all of the Ks and see if I see 2 of them. So here we go. So this might have been causing issues with the terrain when we did Catalina. Or if you guys remember the last stream, or was it 2 streams ago? We were flying from Catalina with the MU2 and near the threshold of the runway, the terrain was all messed up. This might have been why. There's a Microsoft Catalina, and then I also happen to own the Orbex version. So in this case, I should delete the Microsoft one to make sure that there's not a conflict there. How long does it take for your sim to load? Oh man, longer and longer, I feel like. Yeah, John, I am using the advanced Rex AccuSeason. It's incredible. I used to use the Bijan. Is it Bijan or Bijan? I think it's Bijan maybe. I used to use his tree mods because that was the first one, the 4 Seasons mod. It's awesome as well, and I can only assume that he's already going in there and like updating it with points of interest and stuff regularly. That was something he was doing when I owned it. That's incredible. The Rex AccuSeason I think has more variation in trees, and it updates on a week by week basis to how it colorizes like the tree leaves. And now the new advanced version colorizes the terrain, like paints the terrain underneath it as well. I think it's incredible. So if you're on PC, in my opinion, as far as scenery and stuff, getting either the Bijan trees, either through the marketplace or buying it from simmarket.com, or getting the Rex AccuSeason. I prefer the Rex. It's a little more advanced, but it is set and forget. It'll update itself on a schedule. You just tell it like every day, check for an update. Yeah, I think it's really, really cool. All right, so I'm just going to scroll through and look for, see if there are any more. So here you can see I got rid of the Asobo Denver and kept the one that I bought. But it's probably only Catalina in here. Yeah, once again, LAX. And I've been buying a lot of airports recently just because I've been doing more and more VATSIM. When you do VATSIM, you really want to make sure you have the accurate scenery. So you have accurate taxiways and elevation and all that stuff. So, all right, I think we're good there. Let's go ahead and load into San Jose. I'll pop open OnAir Company. I got it going over here. The PA46, which is the M500, Piper PA46, that is in OnAir Company already. So we are good to go with OnAir. Thankfully, it's already in there. All right, let's go San Jose. I know nothing about the San Jose airport. Nice. All right, 2 parallel runways. Looks like from the satellite photography, we got the whole east side of the field is gates and terminals. So we got all the big boys over there, and then it looks like there's a lot of GA parking on the southwest side. So that makes things pretty easy. All players on, live weather on, and USA West as usual. Got a nice 9 millisecond ping today. You love to see it. And I got FSHud loaded up already. There was an update for FSHud today. It says the release notes are pretty sparse, but it just says fixed ATIS information issues. So we'll see how that goes. And they have updates every few weeks, it looks like. They had an update on October 24th. It says fix several issues during the start of the flight. So I think FSHud is holding me over pretty well as a AI ATC until we get the Beyond ATC coming out. Oh, sorry, Deuterino, I didn't see your Guten Tag. Guten Tag. Gute Abend für dich, ja? Okay, so this is I'm just excited to get back at this thing because I know if I look over here, well, thankfully the engine isn't in the exploded state this time. So here we got I guess this is gonna be a good. Oh, it's Guten Abend. Whoops, not Gute. My bad. My high school German is failing me. There are some items here that are not shown as we saw in the stream on Thursday. So if you go over to maintenance, you can see these dots. There isn't, if you flip between these two, my flight and maintenance, you can see that it doesn't point to absolutely everything. And that's something that threw me off, was that our generator had exploded due to me starting it up poorly. How many engines we burned up? I think, as far as the engine, I think I blew up 1 engine and 1 generator, I'm pretty sure. 1 per flight, yeah. Oh no, we can count it as 3, right? Because I crashed. I overstressed the aircraft at the end of the stream on Thursday, so rip another engine for sure. There's no way it survived the fall. So anyway, yeah, as part of the rituals now, if you do enable these realism features, I've kind of turned it into like very minimal features here. So I have battery wear and tear, light bulb wear and tear, tires and brakes wear and tear. And then I also turn on the persist last fuel and payload quantity. What's up, Les? 3 on the first flight, but I don't know if it was specifically the engine. Was it the engine? Oh yeah. I left the mixture in once, and I also had my throttle lever at full throttle on one of them by accident. I think it's because I had full throttle set, because I was like, was it because I was playing Star Citizen? I don't know. I've been playing Star Citizen. I think I mentioned it the other day on Discord. I was like, guys, Star Citizen is the worst game of all time. And now I think it's one of the best games of all time. Like, one day later, I'm like, dude, I gotta learn more. It's really, really fun if you have some friends to play with. It's a good time. So we're having fun with that. Anyway, yeah, I think maybe I did blow up 2 or 3 engines, and then the generator was the last time. I'm gonna use the assisted checklist this time because I want to learn it. But yeah, Star Citizen is a complex topic. The duality of Star Citizen. Yeah. I had always just thought it was like this joke that people did in the back. Like they didn't really play it. They just talked about it. Les says you did the governor test on first start and then it went all downhill until I reset everything. Yeah, it was bad and fun at the same time. Oh yeah, by the way, there are new YouTube badges. You guys might have noticed them in Discord. They are the chairs that I had Sushi make, or that Sushi made for us. So instead of the couch captain, we now have different variations of chairs. And because they were really hard to see in YouTube, I hired her again to redo them and basically make the face version of the chair. So every chair has like a body version and a face version. So you have like the stool that's the little round level one. Anyway, they're really cute. They're fun. The mustache gets bigger and stuff as the months go on. But it's pretty fun. And if you haven't seen them, they're in the Discord and you'll see them on YouTube as well. She's super talented. I love bringing my business to her. She kicks ass every single time. It proved that all the methods to blow it up are modeled. Yeah, I guess I was definitely testing it on purpose. And it wasn't out of ignorance that all those things happened. All right, let's take a look at this this livery. I do agree that there are some pretty bad looking liveries. I like this one. This one's cool. This is the Rosaria livery. I like this one. I like how it's like split down the middle. Good stuff. All right, we got all the statics. You just call them statics, right? Anyway, we got all the covers and the chocks on. And I'm going to bring up OnAir and let's see where we're going to fly. I'm just going to use the freelance feature just to find a quick route and verify that it works in OnAir Company. It is listed in there, but hopefully it works for Microsoft Flight Simulator. I think it does, actually. I went to the add-on button and it showed the FSReborn one. So I'll just hit show freelance jobs and we'll find somewhere to go. And I'm going to take advantage of all of the SimBrief and Navigraph stuff in here. So I'm going to use the tablet and the G1000 center screen here. I do like that the center screen is this like bigger variant. I think this is a real world accurate thing, right? I think there are two sizes for the G1000 screens that you can buy in real life. And generally we're seeing the smaller one. I don't know the actual inch measurements on these. Say it's like an 11 versus or a 12 versus 15 or something like that. I don't actually know what they are, but I think this is a realistic thing where there is a larger variant of the G1000 screen. 15-inch MFD, got it. Yep, I knew Les would know. Somebody pay this man for his knowledge. I'm not looking at me. Somebody else. Okay, here's the pay. Or sorry, yeah, I'm sorting by price per distance. Dog. Hey, get out of here. Get out of here. The puppy is breaking in the room constantly. All right, go on. Go on. I know you're very cute. Have to go. Go on. You. Goodbye. The puppy is very, very cute. Alrighty, let's pick a mission here. This 18,000? Wait, how far is this? This has got to be really far. 992 nautical miles yet. All right, we're not going to do that. Filter by a single leg. And maximum pay. Let's do like, here we go, 187, 200 miles. Wait, these just go back to San Jose. We're not doing those. Here's a cargo one. Down to Point Magoo Naval Base. That's a little weird. This medical one is only 48 miles. That's a little too short. And these are too long. Where's the just right? I guess we could do this 113 nautical mile. No, wait. What is this? Why does it come back? Oh, it's a rescue mission. Okay. Yeah, not doing that one. Puppy's an a-hole. She's not wrong. She knows. Real Sim Gear even makes them. You could build G1000 cockpit. I do have the Real Sim Gear G1000s. I don't know which size. Do they have 2 sizes now? I think I have the smaller size, but I have 2 of them and the radio panel sitting in the closet gathering dust. Mainly because they don't do anything for the sake of the stream, so I just tend to not use them, but every now and then we'll pull them out. And it's been a while though. I really like the 530 and the 430 as well. Can I regenerate? Let me try to regenerate the missions and see if it gives me different ones, because these kind of stink. It's giving a lot of sightseeing missions and rescue missions where you go and land on a freeway and stuff. That doesn't really seem like a M500 kind of thing. Build a closet sim. 12 and the 15. Oh, and the TBM config. I think I probably have the 2 12 inches then. 2 12 inchers. All right, well, let's do this one to Point Magoo, I get. This is kind of weird to do Point Magoo, isn't it? And this other one is 1,500 nautical miles. It's going to take forever. Okay, let me unfilter. I'm going to go to 2 legs. I don't really want to land at military bases. It's kind of weird. This one goes to San Nicolas. Is that part of the Channel Islands? I've not gone there. This one goes to Ontario and then LAX. All right, this one will be good. 290 nautical mile. All right, let's do this one. San Jose to Ontario and then looks like maybe back to San Jose. I don't know. I'll probably end up abandoning this. Let's see how long it'll take us to get down to Ontario. SJC to KONT. Oh, why am I filling this in? I can do this through OnAir. San Jose to Ontario. There we go. Whoops, wrong button. And what is the code for this? P25 or P46. Whoops. This might be too long of a flight. All right, prepare flight. And then I can send it over. Oh, they move where the buttons are. Oh, okay, this is new. These buttons used to be up in this top toolbar here, and now they're here in the center section where fuel data is. SimBrief aircraft type P46 Tango. So that's the M500. SimBrief alias. So I hit dispatch and it'll go over and fill in all the passenger and fuel or passenger and cargo information for us automatically. Actually, I forgot to tick the passengers on the side. All right, 3 passengers, 24 pounds of freight. It does that just whatever, it does whatever combo it needs to do to hit the 0 fuel weight. All right, nice. We got a departure procedure. This is actually great because we did the flights we did on Thursday were too short to have a departure, a sit or a star, departure and arrival procedure in them. So here we have both. So even though it's a bit longer of a flight, we'll get to see how the import works. So let me generate that. Payload and cargo limited by max takeoff weight. May have been reduced to respect the max takeoff weight. We'll see if that works once we load it in. Hour and 17. Okay, this isn't bad at all. Okay, I'm going to import it into SimBrief. And okay, we have enough fuel. No, we're 17 pounds over. Oh, man. And actually with OnAir Company, you cannot start the flight if you're a single pound overweight. It won't let you. So it looks like we're going to leave the cargo behind for now. Yeah, I'm going to leave the cargo behind. I'll redo the dispatch, get the new get the new fuel calculations and stuff here. All right, hour and 17, 901 block fuel. And now I'll go in and import it again. Okay, now we do have 36 pounds, 78% of our fuel. So fuel on board, 34.4 gallons. And then I'll hit fly now. So we're taking the passengers. We have 3 passengers. I'm actually curious to see. Oh yeah, just dumped 17 pounds of fuel. Right, because it's calculating a reserve time and an alternate time, and probably a longer taxi. Yeah, you're right, Enon. Why didn't I think of that? Right, just dump some fuel. Let's abort this flight. Yeah, 17 pounds of fuel, and then I don't have to come all the way back up to San Jose to get 40 pounds of cargo. I am quick in the morning at 11 a.m. on the morning. Yeah, don't use 850 mode. Oh god, there's probably going to be disasters happening. It's totally fine. All right, wait. Okay, cargo, Ontario. All right, let's prep this again. I'm glad some smart people are here, keeping me doing the right things. All right, let's do this again. Dispatch and then dump a little bit of fuel. Climb profile is 125 here. Okay, so our VY speed in this is 110, I believe, and then the recommended cruise climb speed is 140. SimBrief has a 125 as its like cruise climb profile. All right, let's import it again. There we go. Let's dump a little bit of the fuel in the pound section. All right, 0 pounds available. Weight is not valid. Okay, 1 pound available. It likes that. And we'll do it in real time. No time offset. Fly now. I'm showing the encoder. Oh, it's showing restream, is it? Oh, it is showing restream. That's annoying. Okay, let me just, I think I just closed that actually. Okay, how about now? There we go. All right, I'll close that window so that won't happen again. Thanks, Big Mac. All right, so we have, here's the route. I'll paste that in. San Jose to LAX is our first one. And then after LAX, we're going to go to the east to Ontario. Ontario is our alternate for the first flight, but then it's going to be our destination for the second flight because we have to drop cargo and packs at both LAX and Ontario. So it'll be a nice little 2-hop route here. And it's nice that I can take all this in one plane on one trip. Very nice. All right, I'm importing it into FSHud on the side. Now we'll import it from SimBrief in here as well. I am curious how it's going to do with the passenger loading. So if I go to ground ops, we will take off the covers. Estimated total weight 5142. So it's red here, even though in OnAir it says it's okay. Planned fuel is 67.3 in each tank, and then it's got 3 passengers, which matches SimBrief, which is awesome, at 104 pounds of cargo. So if we look at SimBrief, estimated takeoff weight is 5092, and here, let's see, actually if I look at, we have payload weight 175 pounds. Here it's 629 pounds. Which is including, oh, okay, it's counting payload, not including fuel here. So 633 plus 175 gives us 808. But for here, it's showing 629. Does that include the fuel? No, because the fuel's here. I don't know if these match or not. Load real time. Requesting fuel truck. All right, while that's happening, let's go ahead and get the GPU on, and then we'll check our flight plan. Oh, I can't get the, oh yeah, I can't get the GPU on. All right. Can I do the GPU while we have the fuel truck? I believe we can. Hey Joe, what's up? Kevo says, between this plane and the 850, I wonder if I will ever touch another tube liner. I think you will as soon as you jump on VATSIM, right? Like, a lot of the time you don't want to take a super long flight in a GA plane, even a turboprop. So I feel like the Honda jet and the airliners are still going to be, and the Citations, you know, any business jet and the light jets are still going to be super popular with OnAir or with VATSIM. Like, I'll probably do a flight with this tomorrow or Tuesday or something on VATSIM. But yeah, I feel like it's just about if you want to blend in with the traffic and do the jet routes and have a sit in a star, you're probably more likely to still fly those. But I mean, yeah, this thing is incredible. Yeah, the 850 is also awesome. All right, here's the fuel truck on the way. GPU's plugged in. Let's see what we got. Flight plan. Av to SATI. Okay, so it did not put in our procedures. So we have the San Jose 3 or whatever, and the SATI 8. So I mean, this is similar to what happens with other planes like airliners and stuff. When you import the flight plan through SimBrief, it brings in the en route waypoints, the origin and the destination, but it does not bring in the procedures. So we're just going to go ahead and select those. Start with the departure. We have the San Jose 3, and then it recommended 30 left for our runway. And our transition is AV. I think that's Avenal VOR. And then we'll go to procedure again, select our departure procedure, or sorry, whoops, go back. Select our arrival, and we got the SATI 3 into LAX. Oh, sorry, SATI 8, San Jose 3, SATI 8 into LAX through SATI. SATI is a transition, load that. All right, so once we get the map on, we'll double check there. So it just brings in the en route waypoints. But, you know, if you're doing OnAir Company, this is super useful because it's brought in all the passenger and fuel for us already and set those things. All right, let's see how the fuel truck does with the GPU armed. I didn't rent it, Joe. I just am doing the freelance routes. So I just went to the freelance jobs and had it generate a quick job for me. But while this is happening, we can go ahead and start tracking. Everything is auto set. Actually, I hope this doesn't mess with what's in here. Because if you hit auto set, it's probably going to auto... I probably should have unchecked auto set and let the fuel truck do its thing. Because now the fuel truck is probably just going to leave. Because OnAir Company is auto setting the weight. So I guess what I should do is just do all of this first. And in OnAir Company, uncheck all those auto set things. And then once it's detected that they're all correct, then you just hit start flight. All right, I'll have to do that for the next one, but we'll still watch the fuel happen. I think it'll like connect and disconnect immediately though. Or maybe it'll just drive away because it's already done. It does take a while for it to actually hook it up. Maybe it's waiting, like thinking that simulating somebody walking out, opening the fuel cap, then walking back to the truck. Yeah, there we go. All right, it's on and off right away. It's going to be on and off here too. And I wonder if the passenger loading will probably be affected as well. What would real world procedure be for this? Like, would I be sitting here on GPU getting all this ready before the passengers come out? Or would I... So I'm going to put the red carpet out and we're going to open the cabin door. Would I start this up, have the plane running when the passengers are coming and get their hair blown by the prop, you know? I'm guessing you would wait for the passengers to be completely in and then you have to do the full startup. So they could be waiting for a while. Sorry, the dog is barking in the background. Just gotta add that to the checklist. Shush the dog. All right, let me look at the checklist here to get this going, and I'm actually gonna potentially break. I'm gonna wait until the ground services are done. You know, I'm gonna skip these. I'm just gonna skip these. Okay, total weight is in the red. So, oh man, this is the problem with OnAir Company plus SimBrief plus the sim itself. They all have different measurements for everything somehow. Like I bet if I go up here into weight and balance, this is going to show different payload allowances and allowable fuel and takeoff weight than the specs in the website for the plane and what's different in OnAir, even though they just added the plane and it said it's compatible. Like, if it's compatible, all of these should match. Or maybe I'm dumb because it did say payload and cargo are limited. So what is that? Does that mean that it didn't? Okay, cargo and baggage may have been reduced in order to respect the max takeoff weight. So in that case, I would have brought even less fuel. I don't know. We're a good 50 pounds overweight almost. So I guess we're gonna see what happens when we take off with too much weight.
Pre-flight.
Yeah, the EFB. Yeah, it's just a warning on the EFB. Yeah, that's true, Enon. All right, pre-flight. Let's see. The flight plan is in. Let's go ahead to charts and get our star a few things here. Ground chart, and then we have the departure to look at. So we have the San Jose 3 right here. That is a small chart. It is really nice you can click and drag here. Alright, so supposedly the passengers are in, so let's close the door. Ground ops. These cameras are cool for things like the door, and I think the flaps one is a little excessive. Whoops. I disconnected that by accident. Camera. There we go. Okay. And then we have cabin comfort. And they're going to complain until I start this, but this is just on the side. We don't have to worry. It says they're melting. 28 degrees. It's super hot in here. Okay, all of the statuses here are okay. I have wear and tear on most of these things turned on, but not failures yet. So I'll have to replace things when we when they hit their hours. And San Jose 3 departure is runways 30 left. That's what we had. Minimum climb of 480 per nautical mile to 4,000 feet. Top altitude is 5,000 feet. And then from Mooney on to transition or assigned route. All right. All right, let me just get this thing all started up.
Checked. Maintenance.
Maintenance as required. We're good on all the wear and tear.
Flight plan.
Thanks for subbing, Steven. All right, flight plan uploaded and checked. I did check it on the PFD, but we'll double check it on the MFD in a second once we get the MFD turned on. Fuel and payload, we're 50 pounds overweight, but we're just going to see. We're going to see what happens. The door is closed now. We're supposed to just have the door open? All right, we'll open the door. GPU is on and connected.
As required.
All right, remove the chocks, remove the red carpet. Already took the prop and the pitot covers off. All right, that's done before starting engine.
All electrical switches.
Everything is off. I'm looking over at my Bravo and making sure my switches are off. Cabin climate controls are off. Air conditioning's off. That's off. That's off. I don't know why this keeps failing the check here. All of these are off. Does this need to be on manual to be considered off? Oh no, I just tick it manually. That's why. Okay, yeah, those are all off.
Circuit breakers. All pushed.
I trust that it
ECS cabin comfort
knows
switch.
they're all pushed.
Off.
Comfort switch is
Parking
off.
brake. Set. Bleed air lever.
Is closed.
Full OFF. Closed.
Power is idle on my
lever.
Bravo, and my
Idle.
condition is also idle.
Condition lever. Cut off. Emmer switch. On. Pilot PFD. Verify on check system status. Emmer switch. Off.
What's up,
Battery
Ambitious?
switch.
What are my favorite companies to buy add-on aircraft from? I mean, I probably own them. I own two from Black Square, so I love the 208 and I love the TBM 850 from Black Square. They're incredible. I think this might be my first FSReborn plane, and I absolutely love it so far, even though,
Fuel gauges.
you know, I've only flown it for 5 hours or
Check
something like
quantity
that.
And imbalance. Fire DT/A and
Besides
inset
that, I
switch.
don't think I have any preferences. I mean, Black Square kind of was the first one where I was like, oh my god, this is game changing for me, and I absolutely love it. So yeah, I'd say Black Square, and now FSReborn in a close second, but only because of time flown in the planes.
Press and hold. Verify engine fire.
I'm
CAS
so
message.
excited. I'm still very, very excited for this to come out on Xbox in the marketplace. Yeah, I'm
Battery
excited to see
voltage.
what people think on Xbox.
24 to 26
It's going to be a
volts.
game changer for everyone on
Fuel
Xbox.
pump switch. Manual. LNR fuel pump on CAS message.
All right, yep. So I'm just using the evaluation mode for now,
Illuminated. Ignition switch.
but eventually I'll be able to do this faster manually once I
Ignition
learn
on
it and don't blow
CAS
the engine
message.
up. And then once I feel confident in that, I'll start turning failures on. Ignition CAS message. Yep, ignition is on.
Illuminated. Start mode switch. Auto.
Yep,
light and
auto
switch
means their
extinguished.
light is extinguished on
Push
that.
start
Never
switch.
touching that again. Lift and push start.
Lift cover. Push.
Let's get the music turned
Oil
off for a
pressure.
second. I guess we're assuming that the oil pressure is rising right now. NG stabilized at 13%, and then we introduced fuel, I think.
Check rising.
Oil pressure is rising.
13%.
All right, condition to run.
Stabilized.
Your flight will be monitored
Condition
until
lever.
you land and shut down the engines.
Run. ITT.
Max 1000.
Celsius, limited to 5 seconds.
Nice.
Starter at 56% ing.
704 maxed out. All right, verify start engine.
Verify start engage.
I would say it started. We haven't
Ing.
closed the door yet. It told us to open the door on the other checklist, so.
Stable above
All right, that's stable,
63%.
63.
NP.
And verify 1200 RPMs. There's
Verify
1200.
1200 RPM minimum.
Door is ajar.
Jet switch.
Yeah, it didn't tell us to close the door, so. Generator switch on. And then alternator
On.
switch will be on after
Check
that.
positive amps and
Then
28.
avionics will be on. Close
Alt
this.
switch.
And then fuel pumps go to
On.
auto and ignition turns off,
Fuel
I believe.
pump switch.
Yep.
Auto.
Auto.
Ignition switch.
Ignition off. And we turn both
On.
these to manual on takeoff
Oil
and on
pressure.
approach. Or on final.
Check. Minimum 60 psi.
Minimum 60. We're at 64 psi. Okay, that's done. Let's go ahead and close the door. The passengers are freaking out back there. Actually, probably feels nice. All right, let's also get the climate control turned on. Put that on low. Vent fan on. One of you guys said to turn the vent fan on. I'm just going to assume you're right that we do need that. All right, before
Avionics
taxiing.
switch. On. MFD.
All right, let's get the MFD on and check our flight plan in here. There's a departure and yep, we can see a bunch of waypoints on the north side of LAX for the SAT-8. There's our departure procedure. And let's see if the altitudes were pulled in. Yeah, here's our top altitude is 7,000 feet. And we'll see what we get for ATC, what FSHud gives us.
On. Press enter.
All right, cast messages.
CAS
Pitot heat is
messages.
off. I think we could leave that for now. I don't know. I'll probably just turn it on. I don't know. I'll turn it on up here. Oh, whoops, I forgot the lights. The strobe light should have been on, right? Or I guess there's no beacon up here, so we probably just turn our nav lights on instead. Nav and strobe, maybe. All right, pitot heat is on, and then we have our taxi one over here when we're ready.
Consider any illuminated. Autopilot.
Let's skip the pre-flight test for the autopilot. Pitot switch is on and then
Pitot
off.
switch.
Okay.
On check operation.
Taxi
Pitot switch.
to taxi.
Off.
Nav switch on.
Taxi/reg
Climate
LT
control
switch.
as required. Just did that.
On. NAV switch. On.
Flaps are retracted.
Cabin climate controls.
Rudder trim, we'll try setting it to the right, just
As
to
required.
avoid the takeoff warning on the cast.
avionics.
So I'll put that to 3. I got some
Flaps.
buttons on my flight stick for that.
Retracted.
2 to
Elevator
3.
trim.
Let's
Set
just
in
meet it in the
takeoff
middle
range.
at 2.5.
Rudder trim. Set 2 to 3 right trim. Bleed air lever.
And bleed air.
Push in, on. Cabin pressure dump switch.
Yep, that is left alone.
Verify position. ECS cabin comfort switch.
Cabin comfort to
Normal.
normal.
DSDLV, LFE, and
I'll have to look up what the
TMR/REF
difference between
window.
this cabin comfort switch and the controls over here are. I assume cabin comfort is like pressurization. I mean, it's right next to the cabin pressure dump, so.
Set. Stall warn test switch.
Stall, 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 stall.
I definitely
Stall,
tested it.
Stall.
Press to test.
There we go. It wants a 5
Altimeter set.
stalls called out, I guess. Altimeter set. Let's go look over here. I could hit B, but if we go over here to flight plan, departure, METAR, altimeter is 3010. Now I'll press B. Okay, that matches there. All right, 3010. And then
Set.
parking brake. All right.
Parking brake.
So what I'm going to do now that hopefully won't kill us is I'm going to press the button in FSHud that moves our parking spot. It'll probably kill us. Okay, it didn't. Whew. All right, now we can request our clearance with FSHud.
San Jose clearance, November 5798 Charlie, parking 239, request clearance to Los Angeles, with information Sierra.
November 5798 Charlie, clear to Los Angeles via Techie 4, departure, runway 12 right.
Techie
initial
4
climb
departure? Oh, no.
100, then as filed.
17,000.
3754.
And
Clear to Los
3754.
Angeles via Techie 4, departure, runway 12 right, initial climb 17,100, then as filed, score 3754, November 5798 Charlie.
All right, they changed us to the Techie 4
November
departure.
5798 Charlie, read back correct. When ready, contact San Jose ground 121.7.
Techie 4. Okay. That's going the right direction.
121.7, November 5798
And
Charlie.
we're on 12 right now instead of the other one. And I guess just said Techie for departure, so I'm going to choose Techie. All right, we got a new departure. So let's bring that up. Go over to charts. We have the ground chart, so we're going to unstar this one and star the Techie 4. All right, Techie 4 RNAV departure, climate heading 126 to 570 feet, direct Nevsy, then on track 115 to cross Techie at or above at 13,000. Top altitude, flight level 190. They gave us initial climb at 17,000. So let's turn this for 6 hours. And the shift trick does not work with the altitude selection knob, unfortunately. So we can only go 100 feet at a time, not 200. Sorry, Kevo, I read that before. Did you? I didn't read it aloud. Did I ever get this sting? I did not. I don't know anything about it actually. All right, 17,000 here on selected altitude. All right, 17,000, and we'll set flight level change and heading mode. Flight level change will do 125. That's the profile and sim brief. 110 is our VY speed. And our VX speed is 95 according to the PFD right there. And 140 is the cruise climb speed that's in the checklist. But we'll do 125 for now. Actually, we should do 110 first just to make sure we get up to that altitude. Those required altitudes. So then over here we have 7,000 feet. Oh, sorry, that's on the approach or on the arrival. So it looks like it doesn't have any altitudes here, right? Because the G1000 is, for VNAV, is only used for climbing. But ATC, we would normally level off at, or just monitor our altitude for this requirement at or above 13,000 by the time we cross Techie, and then we'd follow top altitude of flight level 190 normally, but ATC told us 17,000, so we're just setting to 17,000. And then I believe that any ATC instructions override these instructions, so I would assume we still have to be at or above 13,000 at this waypoint, though. But anyway, they're letting us go, having us go all the way up to 17 instead of 19,000. All right, that is set. Let's take a look at the ground chart, see where we're at. We need to go runway 12 left now, or sorry, 12 right. Nice, that's right next to us. Very nice. And let's actually check if the ADIS works through FSHud. They made some bug fixes, so let's listen to 126.95. 126.95. See how it sounds. Supposedly we have Sierra.
San Jose ATIS information Sierra
Nice.
1838
It is Sierra.
wind calm visibility 10 statute miles sky condition view 7,500 feet view 10,000 feet temperature 21 dew point 13 altimeter 3010 transition altitude 18,000 transition level flight level 190 landing runway 12 right departure runway 12 right advise you have information Sierra.
All right, we have a Sierra. Cool, that's working. Mario says the flight model sucks for the M500. Really? That's the first I've heard someone say that, but it's also been out for 2 days, so I think this plane's really fun. I especially love the EFB and all the pack stuff. I love that it's a G1000 turboprop. I love that it does SimBrief import. I love that it has Navigraph charts. I love that it has failures. It has like a mini GSX thing going on, which is really unique. But I've never flown one in real life, so it's kind of hard for me, or anything in real life. So it's kind of hard for me to say whether the flight model is good or not, because I haven't flown one myself, and I don't know anybody that's flown one. But if there is a real pilot who has like lots of time in the M500 and agrees, then you know, maybe that's you. Maybe you have lots of time in a real one and you know. But I would take their word for it. Yeah, if there's a pilot and they say it's very unrealistic, I get it. I've only done a couple of flights in it though, so I don't really have an opinion on it sim wise as a non-real pilot and a non-M500 pilot. All right, so it looks like we're going to Victor. We're going to request pushback and startup. That's just an FSHud thing you just have to do.
San Jose ground, November 5798 Charlie, parking 239er, request pushback and startup.
All right, parking brake release. That'll finish this checklist.
November 5798 Charlie pushback and startup approved.
Well, skip the run up because it's a brand new plane.
Pushback
We'll save a
and
little
startup
time.
approved. November 5798 Charlie.
All right, generator and alternator are off. Bleed air is pushed in, right? Yep, bleed air is in. Cabin control switch to normal. Oh, they have actual M500 pilots on the beta, and they haven't said anything about it. Yeah, we had one of the team members in here yesterday who was talking a lot about some of the bugs they knew about and things like that. But yeah, I don't know if there's a consensus among real M500 pilots that the that the flight model sucks, then maybe they'll do something to fix it. Okay, we need fuel pump and ignition on normal. Pitot heat switch on before takeoff. We'll taxi a little bit, and then I'll do the rest of these. All right, let's go ahead and request taxi clearance. Brakes are still on. We're expecting something like Victor Juliet Whiskey to 12 right. Actually, Lima.
November
Victor Lima?
579 Charlie, taxi to holding point, runway 12 right via Victor Juliet.
Okay, Victor Juliet.
Taxi to holding point, runway
Okay, so they want
right
us at
via
the
Victor
midfield
Juliet,
departure,
November
or right here at the
579
intersection
Charlie.
of Juliet. So we're just going to go here and then to Juliet. So this is something that FSHud will do, is give you departures at intersections and stuff. All right, parking brake is off. And let's go, and let's see. Actually, let me check OnAir Company. It's tracking. All right, let's turn to the right and get going. Their Discord's loaded with feedback and input. Most issues are limitations with the sim. Yeah, I mean... Oh, what the... Did I just drive away from the ground? What the heck? Parking brake is on. This is embarrassing, like someone driving away from a fuel pump. Beta taxi. I don't have it set up. It's fine. I fly too many planes to set up just for one. But if I fly it a lot, maybe I'll make a new profile. So this is not good. What did I do here? Oh no. I didn't disconnect the GPU. Oh man. High-speed taxi approved. Alright, well, I destroyed the GPU. That's going to come out of the paycheck. And since we're burning fuel, maybe we'll be... Actually, we're going to burn 2 pounds in a second here of fuel. We'll be at max takeoff weight, right? I mean, it looks like we'll be at max takeoff weight in a second, which is actually awesome. Drove off with the GPU. Yep, I'm that person driving off with the gas nozzle still in my gas tank in my car. All right, I see one of you here, 2 of you here at Zager, man. What's up? What's up, Enon? I see you on the correct taxiway. Actually, did I just skip the taxiway? No, it is this way. Okay, I got assigned Juliet, so I'm going the right way. I don't know what you got assigned. Probably nothing, because I'm the only weirdo that uses ATC, I think, not in VATSIM. He uses other ATC. Is everybody in the M500? This is an M500 in front of us. I can tell because of this and how flat it is. The wingtips are totally flat. Zagerman's in... Is that in the TBM? I can't tell what he's in. The wingtips, he's got like flared up winglets on that one. What's going on here? Why am I... Oh, that was weird. I didn't put on the parking brake, but it was like acting like it was on, and then I hit my brakes again, and it worked. TBM, yep, okay. I'm starting to learn how to recognize some planes. All right, here's Juliet. We're going Juliet to 12 right. What's up, Joe? How many apps do I run while I'm using Flight Sim? It really depends on what I'm doing. So, generally, I'm using Navigraph. Today, I'm using the in-plane Navigraph stuff because it supports it. So it's kind of fun to do that for the sake of the stream. If I was doing it off stream, I would be using Navigraph on my tablet, on my iPad. But a lot of the time, I'll either use the Windows desktop app for Navigraph, the Windows app for Navigraph charts. Yeah, we need to set our flaps for takeoff. I think I'm going to do flaps 20 again. That seemed to be okay. And right now, because I'm not using VATSIM on this stream or doing just multiplayer scenic flight, I'm using FSHud for my ATC. And I'm using OnAir Company as well because it's a good route finder. So, yeah. Besides that, I don't use things like Volanta or other trackers. Like OnAir Company is kind of my tracker. All right, comfort switch is normal. We're going to go up here and do... Actually, what's the shortcut for the top here? 6. Looks like it's 6. So we're going to get fuel pumps to manual and ignition to manual and get the pitot heat switch on. Okay, that's all done. Landing light switch on. I'm going to do that over here on my Bravo. Landing, and then we'll turn taxi light off. Avionics check. Flap set 0 to 20, so I'm going to try 20. Set the elevator in takeoff range, which it is in neutral. We're kind of heavy. I'll go a little pitch up. See how that works. Rudder trim is set to 2.5 right. I'm going to need to remember to change that when we take off. Flight controls. All right, normal takeoff, brakes, takeoff power. We need to make sure we don't apply full throttle because it's turning red, so we need to watch our torque here so we don't damage the engine, even though I have that turned off. Rotation 85, obstacle clearance, that's our VX, is 100 it says, which is different than what it says here. It says 95 here. All right, landing gear. So we're going to take off and pitch for 110 for our best climb speed. And then as far as runway heading, it is 126. So let's set that on our heading indicator here. (126) heading mode, flight level change mode. And then yaw damper will go on automatically. All right, let's move forward a little to the hold short point, and then we'll call on ATC.
November 5798 Charlie.
There we go.
Contact San Jose Tower.
All right, and I have FSHud. I have our co-pilot doing all the comms, so it's going to be automatic. I don't have to click anything there. See how the pillars are doing back here? I stopped a little hard. The pillows have fallen a little bit. We have 3 passengers today on this flight. I think 2 of them are going to LA. All right, we're going to click ready for departure on FSHud.
San Jose Tower, November 5798
And once we get up to
runway
570
12 right,
feet, we're
departure.
turning to go direct Neves or Neves.
November 5798 Charlie. Line up runway 12 right.
Actually, looks like I can just start in nav
Line
mode
up
on the
runway
autopilot because
12
we're
right,
flying
November
runway heading already
5798
right there.
Charlie.
126 and then 126. So that matches, I think that matches our runway heading. Yeah, 126. Let's bring up the departure. Zoom that out. All right, departure is up. All right, line up and wait. 12 right. Landing lights on, strobe is on, fuel condition is max, flaps are 20. Rudder takeoff trim is 2.5 to the right.
November 5798
We got a little pitch up
Charlie.
attitude on
Runway
the
12 right.
elevator
Cleared for
trim as well.
takeoff.
And rotation speed is...
Runway 12 right, cleared for takeoff.
What was it, 85?
5798 Charlie.
All right, we're cleared for takeoff. Rotation 85. All right, throttle up, but not to the max. Watching the torque. Oh, that was pretty smooth. All right, I'm watching the torque at the bottom of the screen, on the top of the EIS there. I can give it a bit more. We can get up to almost, we can get up to about 1300. But above that will damage the engine. 60 knots, give it a little more power. 70 knots. 80 knots. 85, rotate. Nice. All right, that configuration is pretty good. All right, we want to get to 110. Gears coming up.
Check gear.
Okay, we'll watch for 3 greens.
Check gear.
All right, pitching up a little for 110. Flaps 10. All right, gear. No 3. I missed the 3 greens, but it looks good. Question mark. Flaps up. Okay, autopilot's on because we're making that left turn. Yaw damper's on automatically. Flaps are up.
November 5798 Charlie.
There's our call
Contact
for
NorCal
departure.
121.3.
121.3. All right, almost at 1,000 feet.
November 5798 Charlie. NorCal departure, November 5798 Charlie.
All right, we're direct NEFC and then tacky on the departure here. We have to be at Techie out here, 13,000 or higher by the time we get there. All right, continue climb. 3010 is set right here. We're good.
Continue climb 17,000.
GPS, autopilot, yaw damper, flight level change.
5798
All right, now that we're up a bit, let's do that 125 knot climb. Cruise climb, that's the sim brief one. The in checklist one here says to do 140. All right, climb power is set to maximum continuous power. I can bump it up a little bit. It goes up to like 1310 or so until it yells at us. I think it's 1314. All right, there's 1308. Fuel pump switch and ignition switch back to auto. Auto and auto. Ice protection as required. We're at 18 degrees, so we're leaving everything alone for now. Monitor a cruise climb here. It says 140, and then 125. Right, that's why that is in what's in SimBrief. So you have two different cruise climb recommendations. If you're going to 20,000 feet or up to 20,000, cruise climb's 140 to keep your ground speed faster. If you're going all the way up to 20 to 30,000, which is the ceiling at 30,000, you're at a slower cruise climb airspeed, so you climb faster, 125 knots. Or you could go all the way to 110, I guess, if you want to climb at VY. All right, transponder and altimeters checked. Those are already good. And transponder, I set that earlier. 3754 squawking. There's 4,000 feet, and we're about to turn left now for our next waypoint, Tacky. All right, cool. Hey, this is a lot smoother than last time, and the reason for that is because I don't have the failures turned on, probably. What's up, Jimmy? How's it going, dude? Hey, Upduck. Yeah, it is AI ATC. This one is called FSHud. I spent a while trying all the different ones. FSHud, I think, is the best of the ones I've tried. For me, any ATC I've tried that has voice recognition sucks. They never work right, and they make you speak like a robot. All right, over to Oakland Center. I was gonna say autopilot. Our invisible co-pilot's got that figured out. All right, I didn't tell our passengers to turn their to put their seatbelts on, but I'm gonna tell them now.
November 5798 Charlie.
Serve coffee. Serve snacks.
Climbing 17,100.
Oh yeah, there it is. Oh, they got instantly happier. Okay, they're not thirsty or hungry. They're a little happier, but not quite. They're wearing their seatbelts.
17,100. November 5798 Charlie.
17,100. Okay, let's try that. 17.1. Check our engine. We can add a little more torque here. Got to keep adding torque on the climb out as we get higher. 1290. I just want to keep a target at 1300. I think seems safe. I think it was like 1315 or so. Starts getting angry. Oh, my rudder trim is in. Whoops. I knew I'd forget that. I'm slowly taking that out.
Descend 1,229.
Yeah, if you use the rudder trim, there are 3 rudder trim bindings you can set if you're not using like an axis or something like that. I'm using 3 buttons on the base of my Airbus side stick. So I have 2 of them are the left and right ones basically are letting me increase and decrease. And then I have one that will reset it. So if I move it here, I can hit the 3rd one and it'll reset it to 0.0. I would recommend having like a reset one. Especially in other planes, like in this plane, you can see digitally here represented exactly what it's at. But other planes that only have like the actual handle, the analog like dial to move or the wheel to move, and a little indicator, the analog indicator, you're gonna want the reset shortcut for those planes. All right, let's check how we're doing on the departure. They've been told, get your seatbelts on and get your cigarettes in your mouth and shut up. All right, we're on our way to Techie still. And yeah, we just need to be at 13,000 by the time we get to Techie. So we're only at 17.1 right now.
205, continue climb 10,000.
Let me go turn on the little banana arc. I don't think I have that on. Map settings. Oh, whoops. Selected altitude arc down here. On. All right. Oh, nice. Okay, so it's estimating that we'll be at 17,000 before we get to Techie, which is great. We only need to be at 13,000 by the time we cross Techie. So this 125 knot climb is going to work for us. Let's check our cabin. PSI is 4.5 and our cabin altitude is 61 right now, but we're just getting to 10,000 feet. And we have the cabin comfort turned on normal here. All right, so we should see this feet per minute rising soon. Does the PSI have to get up to 5 before it does anything? Actually, I'm curious, if I turn it to high, does it increase how fast it rises? Let me try this. If I change to high, I'm not sure if the PSI is going up faster or not. So it's about to hit 5. I don't know really anything about cabin pressurization. I'm a total noob, so just curious when it actually starts climbing the cabin altitude. So we're over 10,000 feet already. I feel like it should be climbing. And it's got our destination elevation in. That looks about right for LAX. I think the ILS has like 132 or something for the minimums on the ILS. So it's usually higher here than it is the actual airport elevation. The dog just came in here with... Okay, now it's climbing really fast. Okay. Let me turn it back to normal now. 500 feet per minute. What's up, bike guy? She has a piece of cardboard in her mouth. She put it down. That looks good on her. Bike guy says, check your slip skid indicator at the top of... Oh, you need the rudder trim at max power. Oh, you're right. Yeah, it is. It is slipped to the right a little bit. Okay, yeah, let me put some more rudder trim in here to get rid of this. That's 1 degree. Is it in degrees on rudder trim? Okay, that's getting pretty centered. 2.6. That's a little to the left. It's like 2.5 looks pretty good. Nice, thanks, dude. Yeah, that's a great, great call right there. So I did need to leave that in. And then I assume once we get up to cruise, we'll just adjust again based on the slip skid. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. All right, check our departure here. We're almost at Techie, and we're easily making the 13,000 restriction. We're already above that, and we'll be at our top altitude when we cross it right here. Yeah, the dog came in with cardboard in her mouth. She's been chewing boxes. Like whenever we have a cardboard, like a Amazon box, or we have a couple of moving boxes out still. She walked in.
5971.
She has a little cute bandana on. She looks adorable. And then I looked, she's just got a little piece of cardboard in her mouth. Thankfully, I don't think she's been actually eating any of it. She's just eating, she's just chewing on everything, so. All right, they said 3012 was our last altimeter. All right, 3012. And there's no backup instrument, right? There's no backup altimeter. That was for another plane. All right, 15,000. Cabin altitude, 2,000 feet. Climbing. The song is, I'm gonna unfavorite this song. It's a little too cheesy for my taste, I think. All right, climb. We're going to 17,100 feet. They tacked on an extra 100 feet for some reason. All right, once we cross over this, we have a couple en route waypoints. Oh my God, we just have one en route waypoint? Wait, hold on. Oh, the en route waypoints are gone. Wait, we had Avenal VOR, I'm pretty sure. I'm gonna put in Avenal. I know that was one of them. And the second one was, yeah, we had Avenal. Oh no, that was San Jose 3, that's why. That was our transition waypoint. Actually, Avenal is not.
November 5798.
I'm taking that back out. I think we are just going direct SATI now. Avenal was our transition waypoint for the San Jose 3 departure. They might give us a direct 2 anyway.
November 5798 Charlie. Proceed direct phrase.
Direct Fraser.
Phrase, November 5798 Charlie.
Or direct Fraser? All right. Frasier, like the TV show. All right, we're direct Frasier. Foxtrot Romeo, Alpha Sierra Romeo, Frasier. I'll type that in the chat. Frasier.
Expect visual approach.
This is probably because this was part of the departure procedure they switched us to.
Runway 08, report when ready for descent. 7302.
Is it? No, I don't think it is. Look.
7302, ready for descent.
Down here we have Valerie, Jeffrey,
900.
and it took us direct
Descend
Fraser.
1000,
All right,
900, 7302.
we'll do that, I guess. All right, so we can go. Actually, let's check our. Oh, nice. All right, we're at cruise now. 17.1 for some reason. 17,100 feet. No, we're still on standard or local altimeter. 3012 is the last one we heard on ATC, so that's all set. And we're direct Fraser now. And then we have the Sadie or the Sadie 8. So we'll bring that chart up and star those. So they'll be pinned down here. So LAX. Let's get the arrival. Here's the Sadie 8. We'll pull that up. And then let's get the ground chart. Favorited here. Standard taxi routes. Or sorry, airport info is good enough for us. And then for approaches, we don't know yet. But if we take a look at the taxiway chart and dial in the ATIS, we'll see where they're landing. I'll be too far to get it, but 13565. And we can't tune into that here, can we? Oh yeah, we can. Okay, nice. That D-Link ATIS 13565. Oh, I should do it on COM 2. All right, COM 2, and then monitor COM 2 down here. All right, we'll just leave that on and see if it picks it up. Rudder trim police checking in. Oh, thank you very much. All right, pulling that out. Let's see if we just go to neutral. Whoops, I just turned off the autopilot. Wrong button. I guess I have that bound to autopilot down there. All right, autopilot's back on. Rudder trim's at neutral now. Thanks, bike guy. Rudder trim police, appreciate that. If you guys don't do it, I'm not going to remember, so, you know, how else would I get this thing from point A to point B? It's the real reason I turned the stream on, is because I wouldn't be able to complete a flight on my own. Thanks again, bike guy. All right, we're still climbing a little bit here. Oh, we're not even at our max torque because I didn't continue to increase it as we were climbing. So that's something else I need to, yeah. So rudder trim is something I have to get used to managing on the climb and increasing our torque all the way through the climb. All right, pressurization looks like it's stabilized, 3,900 feet for the cabin altitude. And let's see how fast we can get going here. Got a 22 knot crosswind and 10 knots from behind, so a little bit of a tailwind. Could be worse. All right, flaps are up. Let's see how the passengers are doing. And here, they are very happy. Excellent. 22.4 degrees is the automatic setting. What's that? 22 degrees, 72 Fahrenheit. Yes, that's a very standard temperature for comfort. I'm just gonna leave the snacks out forever so they're happy. They're feeling a little, if they want to feel a little claustrophobic, we can do this. You can actually hear the shades open and closed. Yeah, there's a sound for when it goes and hits the top too. Awesome. All right, we're not crazy. We're going to keep these open. We're not monsters who close the window shades on airplanes. All right, let's check that rudder trim. Yeah, it's pretty centered. Maybe drifting a little bit to the right, but I don't think that's enough for concern. We'll just leave it alone. All right, we are approaching the yellow band here, but not quite in it. So I can give it a little bit more. True airspeed's 246 and -7 degrees outside. So let's see, we have stall heat. I don't know the procedures for using these. I don't know if any of you guys know. Prop heat and stall heat. I'm not sure if these go on at a certain temperature or if you leave them off unless like the CAS tells you that there's ice detected, if that's even a thing.
1805, fly heading 120.
Yeah, that's for a different plane, not for us.
120,
All right, I haven't checked on everybody else. Let's see how you guys are doing. Bloom and Papa looks like he's right next to us and accelerating fast. And who else do we got? I see Zagerman out there. It's a lot of multiplayer traffic on right now. Hey, that guy has my name in his name. This livery, it's one of the default liveries. It's called the Rosalia. Oh yeah, Kevo, yeah. I did Google that. I did Google that one because I saw, yeah, stall heat inhibited. So that's it. If you have it on, it'll automatically inhibit its use, I think, yeah. Bike says our anti-ice rules. Oh, were you, dude, Bike, did you flown this plane in real life? Usually on, you must be on the FSReborn team then, right? Or you're a beta tester? Can I get the couch captain on there? Oh man, with a bunch of work I could. I kind of want to get, I kind of want to like hire somebody to do them because I feel like it'd be nice to have, and now that we have all those new badges and stuff, I think it'd be fun to make more liveries. It just takes so much time to do it in Blender, which I'm a total newbie at. So the 2 liveries I did make with the couch captain graphics on it took me forever. I'm not sure if I'm gonna take the time to do that with other planes unless I'm flying them for like hundreds of hours. I mean, I can definitely provide the graphics if you guys want to do them yourselves, but I mean, if they're as good quality as the ones I made, which are just like, I don't, you know, everybody has different tastes when it comes to designing liveries. I like mine pretty simple with like the graphics on it. And like I put in the little like you can smoke in here signs like pointing to the windows. I think carrying that on would be pretty fun. This TBM's a little close. Flight plan after Fraser? Yeah, it's just the SATI 8 arrival into LAX runway. Actually, I don't think we know the runway. The runway from SimBrief was 24 left. So it's the SATI 8, transition SATI, and then if it has you choose a runway, put in 24 left. That might change with the ATC though. I wonder why we're only at 17,000 feet. Oh, not this one. Oh, you were a flight engineer on a P3 Orion and a PPL, just a PPL for fun. Oh, standard icing rules. Okay. So anti-air, less than 10 degrees Celsius. So that's what I was doing in the... I watched a video for the Vision Jet, and that was the same rule in the Vision Jet, was they put engine anti-ice on whenever it was under 10 or at or under 10 degrees, positive 10 degrees Celsius. In cold, clear air is fine. Do you mean leaving it off in cold, clear air? These other ones, like prop heat, I would assume like surface de-ice, I imagine that's the boots. Actually, I'm curious if we hit that, if they... I'm curious if they animate like the other ones we've seen. If we can see the boots inflate.
Charlie Romeo 8633.
I'm not sure if they're animated. They're usually on like a 30 or 60 second timer, right? And they might just heat up as well, right? It could just heat up the leading edge instead of actually inflating. Or did they do both? I don't know. I've just seen the inflating one so far. And then we have prop heat and then windshield heat over here. ice light, and then fire test. So if I just turn on prop and surface de-ice. Okay, we don't get any cast messages about that. Bike Guy says, as the temperature drops in the compressor and the aerofoil, do pressure drop over air, as the temperature drops over the airfoils. I'm not sure if I'm reading that right. Just keep it off if there's no visible moisture. Okay. Is that with stall heat as well? So we just keep pitot heat on and all the rest off until we see something? So pitot heat at 10 degrees or less. I feel like there's a lot of planes, it seems like, where pitot heat's just part of the checklist to turn it on, like always. All right, they're getting a little thirsty back there. They need another round of coffee, I guess. Coffee serve. Just losing power and fuel if you don't need it. That makes sense, yep. I wonder why it didn't climb us any higher. Let's take a look at the arrival procedure here. So I have the SATI 8 pulled up. Our first waypoint on this one was the Avenal VOR. Oh. Wait, so the Avenal VOR should be in our flight plan. Is it in the... We're going direct Fraser, though. Which is what ATC told us. Is Avenal after that? It's not. Let me put Avenal in after Fraser and see where it is. Oh, it's before it. Okay, so they're having us go to Fraser instead of Avenal. So I'll leave Avenal out of it. So we are going to be just north of the second waypoint in there. And I don't know where they pulled Fraser from. But it's not depicted anywhere on this arrival. They're probably going to give us a different arrival. I have no idea. I mean, they shouldn't, because it's part of the, it's part of our clearance, so. All right, so then we have Reyes there. We might not even see that. And then Fillmore VOR. Actually, let's check the waypoints that are in here. We have SATI-based Santa Monica VOR. And Santa Monica VOR is right down here next to LAX. San Marcos is here. SATI is right here. And we're not doing Fillmore, so we're just coming in down here into SATI, and then based, and then Santa Monica. We have to be under 10,000 at based. And SATI says at 250 knots, so that's not going to happen for us. So this is not a realistic, not a realistic arrival for this plane. It's kind of the classic problem with SimBrief, where it gives you turbojet routes, even if you pick a GA plane that is going to be well under 200 knots. Jimmy says, can you get high and low altitude charts in the EFB? You can get them in the G1000. So part of the Navigraph plugin, if you close this and you're on the map screen, you can rotate the FMS knob to change from navigation map to the IFR VFR charts. And then at the bottom, you can choose which variant you want: IFR high, low, VFR, and world. So these are straight from Navigraph. The one issue with these charts, though, is that you do not get your magenta flight plan drawn in these charts. A really nice thing is you can click and drag and then just zoom in with the range knob. So, I mean, I think these are super useful if you're doing, if you're on airways, which in this case we're not. They gave us a direct waypoint in this case. But if you're flying on airways or flying VFR, I think these are really useful. So we have our airspace information. We got our airway information as well. You know, our required altitude along the airways and things like that. So they're pretty useful, and you can hit this button to follow your plane. You just can't see the route. That's one of the limitations. And you can change between dark and light mode with the menu up here. You can go up here to settings and then change the color scheme to day or night, mattering which one you prefer. So yes, and theoretically, yeah, when you get this plane in your Xbox, you'll be able to do this too if you have Navigraph. But if I was flying VFR, I don't think I would. I don't know. If I was flying VFR, I would use these, or if I was doing VOR navigation or something like that. But generally, I don't use these. If it not showing your route and like pulling out the waypoints, like I might as well just use this map because I can see my waypoints and everything here. I don't really need any more information when I'm flying IFR other than like what the waypoints and the restrictions of those waypoints are. But it's still cool. It's still cool. The world map is also really cool to use too if you want to just see what cities you're flying over. Yeah, the course line would be really nice. The world map is kind of cool, yeah. If you want to go here under world map, and then if you zoom in enough, I think, yeah, you'll get city names and... do you get highway names and stuff? You get elevation, like peak elevation stats on these little dots. And we get names of like cities and stuff, and here are airports. So it's pretty nice if you're just flying visually. But yeah, in general, I don't find myself using this. I find myself using the charts a lot. The IFR charts like these. But if you think it's cool and you like using it, then use it. Give it a shot, you know? Alright, I didn't do my cruise checklist, did I? Set cruise per power tables. No. Engine fuel indications, climate control, weather, radar as required. We're not using any of that. Pretty clear. Ice protection as required. So we're all good there. And we don't have the ATIS in yet for LAX. I can go to flight plan and go to arrival and get the METAR. It would be incredible if you could get like the digital ATIS from this instead of just the METAR, but okay, actually we have few clouds at 3,000, broken at 20,000. Altimeter's 3006. And it's pretty nice you get the NOTAMs here too. And I don't know if the NOTAMs used in VATSIM match these or not, like the ones shown in SimBrief. There are just a few, or I mean, are these real world NOTAMs? I don't even know. And then you can get your runway information up here. The best part of the runway information right here is that you can find the runway heading. So if you use OBS mode or you're lining up to take off and you want to verify the runway heading, instead of looking at the airport diagram charts like I do, you could come here and just see all of the headings and the surface type and the length and width of the runways. Let's bring it back to the charts. Let's check on our passengers, see if they're happy. Okay, they need some more food. New round of snacks have been served. Passengers are getting cold. Alright, this is set to auto. What if I flick this to warm? Oh, that says manual, warm or cold. What if I set the climate control here and just turn this straight up? 17.9 degrees Celsius. 17.9 Celsius to Fahrenheit. 64, okay. So our target should be like 22. We're at 17. You were feeling peckish and cold. Sorry, Chris. Look at using more coffee back there, my dude. I wish the coffee had little steam coming up from it. That would be insane. Alright, let's get those pillows organized. It's looking pretty bad there. Organized pillows. There we go, much nicer. Get back there and enjoy it. Enjoy the view with the passengers. Double check Sky Vector for NOTAMs. Yeah, I assume Sky Vector shows the NOTAMs. What's up, Kenny? No, not yet. So this plane was supposed to be available for Xbox, but there were a few bugs that caused them to pull it from the marketplace for Xbox. So it's only on PC right now. I'm guessing that they... Wait, is it available right now? I checked when I loaded the sim up like an hour ago. Hour and a half ago. And it said PC only still.
1306. Expect ILS.
I hope it's
approach.
available for
Runway
Xbox.
11. Report when ready for descent.
But I don't think it is. They're supposed to
Runway 11.
fix the
Report
bugs
when
and
ready
then
for descent. 1306.
we can assume that they're gonna let it release it for
Inbound
Xbox.
Takeoff for
Oh no, not
361
yet.
at 8,100. Climbing 10,000. 1306. Ready for descent.
It also shows your like cruise and your estimated time of arrival. I think STA is probably like, I don't know what the ST is, but this is like you at the actual destination parked, I think. FSReborn support, hello, is me. Xbox submission starts on Monday. Oh my god. What an update, live in the chat. What's going on? Thanks for dropping in. Submission on Monday. Okay, so hopefully we'll see it in the Thursday marketplace update maybe, since everything seems to happen on Thursday. Is R-A-U-L pronounced Raul or Raul? I know it's an embarrassing question to ask.
November 579 Charlie. Contact Los Angeles Center 124.
Oh, it takes longer for Xbox due to the high simulation techniques on Wazen. Oh, okay. So it could be a couple weeks maybe for Xbox. I feel bad streaming with this plane then for all the Xbox people that can't have it yet. Sorry guys.
17,500. Climbing flight level 250.
November 579 Charlie. Radar contact. Proceed direct phrase.
Climb? Wait, what?
250.
When were we climbing to 250? When did that happen?
Direct phrase. Continue climb flight level 250. November
Well, it doesn't make us... Alright, I guess we can climb up a bit more. Alright, flight level change. Let's do 140 knots, I guess. I must have missed when it said flight level 250. I don't remember that happening. We'll climb even though our top of descent's coming in, I don't know, like 15 minutes or something. Alright, 250. Alright, that's set here. Transition altitude. Let's hit our baro to standard. Actually, what is the fastest way to do that? I think there's a shortcut down at the bottom here. There we go, standard baro. Done. Alright, 25,000. And let me get the PFD where I like it. I'm gonna move the map back here, layout to the inset, and next rad, relative terrain, and traffic on the inset map. Alright, standard baro, 18,000, climbing to 5,000. And let's do our rudder trim here before bike guy yells at me. Little right rudder trim during the climb. Man, this song is so cheesy. FSReborn in the chat. You think you pronounce his name Raul? Raul? I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name, FSReborn developer. Hey, this plane is absolutely incredible. I'm having a lot of fun with it. Congratulations on the release. And I know our Xbox players and in this community are stoked. I'm sure everyone Xbox worldwide is stoked for this. Anybody that takes flying IFR, anyone that takes IFR seriously on their Xbox is, their life is going to change now that they're able to have Navigraph and SimBrief in the sim. So I think like it's a huge milestone that you guys are bringing those things in for Xbox users. Absolutely awesome. I'm very excited for all of them to like have access to these tools that the rest of us on PC have been using forever. Okay, it's Rawl. I'm going to assume I just say Rawl and I'm saying it correctly, phonetically. I apologize if I'm not. Thanks for dropping into the channel. 100% he's been very active. Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, you must be stoked. It's as somebody that has released software in my life as part of a career, it's always super, super exciting when you release something and to get feedback on it and see people using it. It's the best feeling. Of course, it doesn't mean the work is over, but it's still really nice to like see just like feel good about the release and see people enjoying it. So yeah, congratulations, man. Oh, they'll have the fuel truck and the 4x4, the SUV. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm gonna do another flight. I kind of messed up. I'm using OnAir Company right now as well, and I didn't let it do the fueling manually. I kind of messed it up because I started tracking and had OnAir fill it up automatically. So I'm gonna uncheck that for the next flight, and we'll do all of it manually and let the fuel truck and the passengers all get loaded in real time for the second leg from LAX over to Ontario. It'll be a shorter jump there too. All right, so we still got direct Fraser and climb and maintain 25,000, flight level 250. I think I must have missed that. It makes sense that they would have had to climb higher. I think I just missed it in the ATC. And they didn't remind us. That's one thing I noticed is they don't call you out on being at a wrong altitude with FSHud. Yeah, this plane is, I mean, it has everything. It has the bells and whistles. I actually love that it's a Piper. I feel like there's just a lack of Piper aircraft in the sim. We just really have like the Warrior and the Arrow and the Turbo Arrow, I think. It's been a long time since those planes came out. Like I think like 2+ years those planes have been out. So it's nice to see another Piper. All right, 22,000. Can give it a little more torque here, a little more power. Oh, there's the Seminole, that's right. I haven't flown that thing in forever. I feel like that was one of the first marketplace planes that I purchased was the Seminole. Oh, and the Comanche. I am so wrong. What do you guys think? So I haven't tried the Comanche yet. I think I'm a little more partial to using the turboprop, but what do you guys think about the Comanche compared to what you've seen in this plane? Do you think that this plane has outdone the Comanche with like the realism, with the failures, with the micro GSX kind of thing we have going? Or do you think I haven't used the Comanche. I don't really know anything about it other than everybody says it's incredible. Or do you think they're about even with each other in terms of just their overall awesomeness? I don't know why I'm not seeing the plane here. Oh, I didn't realize it shows the route down here. It actually shows the original waypoints we had. These got changed though. That's really useful as well. I actually tab out to look at this all the time. Comanche's really fun. Yeah, it doesn't do IFR like this does. I mean, having the G1000 capabilities, the working title technology and stuff, pretty nice. I assume this is using working title. It seems like it is. Okay, so they still said direct Fraser. I don't know if I think they're just going to give us an approach and just vector us down for an approach. Let's check the ATIS again. Charts and go to airport info 13565. And I have that in up here, 13565. Let's try it on COM 1 to see if it works. 13565. Nope, not in range yet. All right, I'm just leaving it monitoring on COM 2 still. And I do have monitoring turned on down here on the audio panel. All right, almost leveling off at 25,000. And then we'll go ahead and get our rudder trim back out. And we'll check our power again. I didn't look at any of the power tables for this, so I'm just kind of maxing it out.
Charlie, expect Fraser
okay.
Arrival ILS approach runway 24 right. Report when ready for descent.
ILS 24 right.
Expect grade only 2. Arrival ILS. Approach. Runway 24 right. Report when ready for descent. November 5798 Charlie.
All right, and vectors. Let's just pick a waypoint here. I'm a little familiar with Savu. I've seen that one before, so we'll just choose that so we have something. They said report when ready for descent. All right, let's see how far out Savu is. Okay, it's way over here, so we can at least use that to start our top of descent.
Contact Bakersfield departure 126.45. 126.
Wait a minute, they told us expect Fraser Ironman 2 arrival, ILS approach, runway 24 right. Expect? How are we expecting an arrival? Aren't we already on the arrival? All right, Ironman 2 is also a turbojet arrival that we're not able to do. I got yelled at doing this in the Honda Jet. But we'll go ahead and choose it so we have the correct waypoints in here. Okay, we're not at Fraser yet, okay. All right, so Fraser, Ironman, and then down to Dodger. So I'm familiar with this because we did this on VATSIM recently. Juice, Cliffy, Dodger, Gatto, and then we have the ILS 24 right. Let me load the ILS 24 right in again, just to recognize any of these. Okay, we're gonna descend via the arrival then. All right, Raul, thanks for stopping by. Hope you have fun hopping around all the different channels and threads about the M500. And yeah, again, congrats on the release, dude. This is absolutely awesome. Really enjoying it, and stoked to see it come out on Xbox. Thanks for dropping in. Kevo says, I feel like the 850, the Comanche, and the FSR 500 are all very comparable / comparable, however you say it. Just in terms of like their systems and realism and stuff. Awesome. Yeah, dude, this is so cool. I mean, you guys know I absolutely love the G1000, so this paired with this amazing EFB is just, dude, it's so nice. And just clicking and dragging this is really, it makes me not care about using a Navigraph in the top panel or in the app separately. And when you're streaming or if you're doing VR or making videos, whatever, like it's just so convenient to have it right here. I don't have to do anything else. I don't have to pull up a different app or anything. It's just right here. So for me, it's super nice. Oh, Enon, I see you down there. We're gonna, after this flight, after this leg to LAX, we're gonna go from LAX to Ontario, which will be a short flight to the east to drop off the rest of the passengers. One annoying thing, this bug, I think this was in there a while ago. As you're choosing these transition waypoints, the zoom level that it's using to preview these doesn't take into account the panel being open on the side.
1086.
Can I score the plane between 1 and 10?
Maintain 10,000.
Are we going with dog ratings? 14 out of 10. Maybe 15 out of 10. It's hard to rate it after only flying it for the second time.
2686.
Oh, yeah, we're going to look at the Ironman now.
132.2.
So we're going to get rid of the SATI and open the Ironman, even though we're not authorized to fly this arrival. We're just going to listen to ATC, even though they're steering us in a wrong direction. So Fraser, that's why they did direct Frasers. It's part of the arrival. We're definitely not making 250, 240, or 210 knots on this. But they have us flying it anyway. Seminole is fun, but slow. I was just intimidated by having a twin engine, like complex aircraft when I first got it. I still am. So the turboprops are just easier for me to get into. They're just easier to fly mechanically, I think. Like, so much is done for you. We have no mixture to control. We have no prop RPM to set. Just very straightforward to fly. So, which of these should I pick? Let's go and bring up the ILS chart here for 2.5 or 2.4 right. That's one I haven't pinned yet. All right, ILS localizer 24 right. This chart's from 2021, I guess. This is why every chart for Navigraph has this big red warning that it's not for navigational use, because this chart is more than 2 years old. So, yes. This is why these are for sim use only. But this is why we get these, is because they're outdated and for sim use only. Anyway, we have Circus over here. So there's Skull. Livin is right here. That's closer in. So this is more realistic for our slower plane, I think. Circus is way out to the east. And so is Sivu. So yeah, I'm going to use Livin here. And we're probably going to get vectored anyway. And let's get the minimums put in. Down here, 322. If anybody plays Dota, they know 322. All right, Barrow minimums. We'll go to 330. And since it's an ILS, it's a decision height or a decision altitude, not an MDA. So I'm not gonna put any buffer in there. Just go 330 and load that in. GPS is for monitoring only because it's a radio navigation approach for the localizer and the ILS. All right, and we're on our way to Fraser still. 280 knots over the ground. And I'm not going as fast as we could be. I can give it a little more power here. 19 knot tailwind. And then they said to say when we're ready for our descent. That's coming up right here. 3 minutes. And let's get that ready. So we're going to go and look through. We can either look through our flight plan at the blue numbers for our VNAV altitudes, or we can just look in here. Our final approach altitude, final approach fix is 2,200. And then if we go back up here and go to the arrival, Ironman 2, I think it's 5,000. Oh, 6,000, sorry. All right, so let's at least put in 6,000 for now. This is gonna take forever. I know what I can do. I can use my right hand over here on my Bravo while I'm turning it with my mouse wheel. I don't know, that doesn't make it any faster. Can only count so many inputs, I guess. What's up, John? How you doing? Greetings from Northern Ireland. Thanks for dropping in, man. What did I say? 6,000 feet? I think I said 6,000. 6,000 at Gatto. Don't see our plane just yet on this. 28 nautical miles from Fraser still, so we're not quite on the map. All right, so we got that set. Let's go to flight plan. 2 minutes to top a descent. I'm going to tell ATC we're ready to descend.
November 5798 Charlie, ready for descent.
November 5798 Charlie, descent 12,000, altimeter 3009.
All right, 3009. Descend to 12,000 feet.
November 5798 Charlie.
Now, if I hit VNAV direct on Fraser, that does give us... Yeah, okay. I don't want to do it on Ironman because I believe on the G1000 when you do a direct VNAV direct, it's also going to take you direct to that waypoint. All right, bottom of descent, 10 minutes. Whoops, I forgot to turn on VNAV. I'm going to have to do that again. VNAV is now on. And then let's go ahead and highlight Fraser, VNAV direct, enter. There we go, VPath. And we're descending. Now, let me hopefully not kill us this time. 2.7 degrees flight path angle. Pulling the throttle back already. I oversped and destroyed the plane last time when we were descending towards near San Francisco on Thursday. All right, 1,200 feet per minute. That is much more normal. I think we had 2,000 feet per minute for some reason in my descent on Thursday, and that's what ended up destroying the plane. So this is looking much less scary this time. All right, so we got Fraser, and then we got a bunch of waypoints going out to the east and lining up for runway 24 left for our approach. You can see ourselves here. We're direct Fraser, and then we're gonna go south onto Ironman. Turn off that lock there. South to Ironman, and then through all these waypoints going east, and then we're gonna get vectors for the ILS here, 24 right. Let's go 24 right and check our, whoops. Check our localizer frequency, 108.5. So we'll check that here, 108.5 in nav 1 and nav 2. That's good. Rudder trim is in
Los
still.
Angeles
Let me
Center,
reset that.
798 at 5,900, descending 2,000.
And we're still going pretty far. We're at 180 on the speed. And we're down pretty low on our power
radar
already.
contact, Fly heading 140, continue
But that's
descent
looking pretty good.
2,400, altimeter 3008.
All right, and then we have Ironman arrival chart. Bring that back up.
400, 798.
All right, it was 2990 on the Barrow. Or sorry, 3009 on the Barrow. I'm gonna put that in there and then go back to PFD options and hit standard. And let me see, I haven't done this before, but if I go to PFD options and hit standard again, yep, it takes us back to that. Okay, so we're kind of using this as a pre-selector. Even though in the G1000 we don't get the little pre thing. All right, 177 knots. Sweet. On our way to Fraser. More screenshots. Speaking of photography, let's take a look at our passengers. All right, they want more coffee. They want more food. Coffee and snacks. Passengers are getting cold still. All right, so this is not.
Los Angeles Center, 597.
This is not doing it over here. It's manual. Air conditioning is on. Do I want air conditioning on in general? What if I just leave the vent fan on? Because, I mean, you can have air conditioning turned on and have it warm. Like, air conditioning doesn't just mean cold. Anyway, let's turn this a little warmer. It's on manual. Warm. I don't know what this warmer cool thing does over here. 16.8. We want this to be about 22. It's going up pretty fast. Set auto. I had it on auto before and it was making it too cold. Maybe it's just because I had air conditioning on. What's weird is I don't know what this auto means right here. Why does this say auto? There's no D10 on this. So it's a little confusing that auto is written here as if I need to turn this to the left, but there's no spot for it to click into. Wait, I don't get it. If I'm on auto, okay, so if I'm on auto, it's following this. This thing is very confusing. Because what I would expect is I just turn this to how hot or cold I want the air blowing if it's in manual mode. So if it's in auto mode, I'm also selecting whether it's cold or hot. What's the difference then? Manual mode, warm. Auto mode, warm. I don't get it. The right side is manual. Why is manual a switch though? Shouldn't this be manual? And auto should use this and say like, set a target temperature for it to automatically be targeting? Does what I'm saying make sense? In my head, this knob looks like a manual knob, like you have in a car. I'm setting this. An auto setting should have some sort of setting like a temperature target. Like a digital temperature target. Let's see, we got it said descend 12,000 altimeter 3009. All right, we're about to pass transition altitude. Speed is still good. Manual is manually positioning the temperature value.
November 5.
Yeah, that sounds good. I just want to set it to 72 degrees Fahrenheit.
Cleared phrase N2 arrival November 5798.
It doesn't use the selector knob in manual. That's so weird though, because this is a push button. What does this mean to me? You know what I mean? If this is a push button, I have no sense of what's warm or cold. Warm, 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 warm. How warm is it? I don't know, but I'm saying warm, warm, warm. You know what I mean? Like I have no idea what hitting warm up 5 times means. This, I have an idea of how hot or cold I'm setting it because of the gauge, because of this temperature color graphic here. This means nothing to me. You know what I mean? I can't set it as warm or cold as I want it using a switch that says warm or cold. It gives me no information. This looks manual. Set it to warm or cold. I know exactly what setting it's at. This looks like it should be for auto and setting a target temperature that's shown somewhere digitally.
Los Angeles Center.
Because I don't know what this means.
At 10,000.
I don't know. It's really weird. It's at 24 degrees Celsius now. See, I would just set this to manual and then turn this to a position that gets me the target temperature I want and then never hit auto ever. 24.5. So I would turn this down and expect this to turn down. Whoops. This thing is very confusing. UI-wise, this is very confusing. Yeah, this doesn't make any sense to me. So I'm going to hit cool on this and now look over here. But I don't know what cool means. I think in the background it's probably setting a target temperature. But I don't know that until it takes effect.
Los Angeles Center 9127 at
Set it to auto to follow the knob. Okay. It's so weird. It seems backwards to me. To me, this is manual. This is so weird. Very, very weird.
Fly heading 125. Continue descent 1000. 9127.
Okay, where are we at here? 15,000. I'm on standard baro still, so let me change that over to local 3009. 24 Celsius is perfect. I don't mind 24. I think a lot of people like 22. My house is more like 24. 25.5. Let me turn that down colder. I have air conditioning off. I assume air conditioning can just be always on and on low, maybe? I think I actually heard it just turn on. That sets what you want auto to do. I understand, but I also think that this is a horrible design. Because this looks like a manual setting, and this looks like an auto setting that should have a little temperature thing that you set digitally, and you tell it the target temperature, and it'll automatically go and hit that target temperature. And this looks like a manual setting for a car where you're like, blow hot air, blow cool air. This is not, to me, this doesn't mean a temperature setting. This means blow cool or blow hot air, regardless of what the actual temperature is. Auto should be setting a target temperature, which I understand that that's how this is working, but visually it just seems weird. It seems weird to me. This is still 25.3. That's very hot for this being in the cool section, right? Like, I would expect 25.3 to be like up here in the hot, the very warm section, or even more towards warm. And it's not going down. Yeah, this hasn't moved, right? 25.2. If I set this all the way to cold, is it gonna move? Yeah, it's not moving. Oh, there it goes, there it goes. 25.1. All right, let's see what it at absolute cold means. AC always on. Okay. All right, we're almost at Iron Man. We're going down to 12,000 feet, which is here. I'm going to actually set the altitude selector to 12,000 feet, even though it'll take me forever, just to do the right thing with ATC. And it said cleared. Oh, we were cleared Fraser Ironman 2 arrival. So no, never mind. I'm going to keep it down. So we're cleared all the way for the arrival. So that takes us all the way down to 6,000. 25. Okay, it's at 25 degrees Celsius. Let's turn the fan on high, I guess. Or the AC on high. $24.8. The air you're pressurizing the aircraft with is also the air conditioning air. Oh, yeah. Yep. That makes sense. Speaking of which, Negative 400 feet per minute on our cabin altitude. All right, 24.1 on the extreme cold setting so far. Passengers are hot. I think it wants us to be around 22 degrees. All right, left-hand turn here. We are direct Simon, and then we have based and then juice. We're gonna turn around for the 2-4 left ILS into LAX. Let's bring our charts back up. All right, this is a turbojet route, so it's very unrealistic. 12 and 13 at Simon, 9,000 and above at Based. Ultimately, we're at 6,000 at Gatto. Sim is freezing. Sim is back. That was a short freeze. All right, 8, 7, 6. All right, and then for our final approach fix at 2,200 at Kobe. Should bleed air be off for cooling? Yeah, I'm not sure about that, but it just had me turn bleed air on before takeoff. I think it might have been before taxi. I didn't check our descent checklist, so let me do that. Very late. Windshield as required, ice protection as required. Defog if required on the window heat switch. Where is that? Oh, up here, okay. We have defog and anti-ice. Altimeters are good. Destination elevation we checked earlier. Cabin climate as required. All right, what temperature are we at now? 21.6. All right, so they're happy, and I'm guessing it's going down. 21.5. So let me turn it to like the 9 o'clock position.
November 579 Charlie.
Ish.
Continue descent 10,000.
All right, continue 10,000.
10,000. November 5798 Charlie.
They already cleared us for the arrival, so. All right, 21.1, 21.0. It's still dropping, so let's turn it up more. 20.9. I just want to set and forget it so it'll be at 22 all the time. No bleed air, no pressurization. That seems a little bit important. Oh, I just noticed the suction cups are dirty on the back. They're like dusty. Look at that. This thing is all nicked up too. The rest of the plane seems to be in like such good condition. Like there's no markings at all on any of the seats. They're perfect. But this mount has seen better days. 20.6. Turn that to low. That pitch trim wheel is going wild right now. All right, 10,000 feet. We have our landing lights on already. I did not turn them off. Nav and strobe and pitot heat. And fuel pumps and ignition are manual for now, but on final we're gonna turn the, or sorry, on auto for now, but on final we'll turn them to manual.
9127, turn right heading 335. Right heading 335.
All right, that's not for us. We're still on the arrival. All right, I'm gonna pull this map out a little bit, and then over here, let's pull up our chart. Let's pull up the taxiway diagram.
6575, descent 17,000, altimeter 3004.
Oh, what's clear?
Descent 17,000,
Info.
6575.
And that's
Los Angeles
LAX.
Center 72902, departure at 3,400, climbing at 6,000.
One downside of the G1000 is the panning here is a little annoying using the range knob.
7290, radar contact.
It'd probably be really nice on Xbox actually because it locks, and when you drag your mouse too far on PC, like
Proceed direct.
you have to let go and then
Continue
click and drag again. But on Xbox, it'll be continuous with a controller. Using a controller.
November 579 Charlie, contact SoCal approach 124.90.
All right, that's us.
124.9, November 5798 Charlie.
180 knots. I'm going to pull our power back just a little bit, make sure we don't get to that yellow band of death.
SoCal approach.
Though we were in the barber poles, like we were over
Charlie.
200 knots when the stress damage wrecked us last time. Bike Guy says the real world, or the real warm setting, when you're at 30,000 feet and outside, oh, you will need it, right, because yeah, it'll be relative to the outside air temperature. So yeah, to get 72, we'll need to really bump it. That makes sense. Good point, good point. All right, continue descent, it said, 8,000 feet. That's our next VNAV altitude. It's just calling those out for us. And let's check the ATIS. Actually, ATIS did not come on COM 2 yet. Let me try to re-enable it. Let's go here and just flip-flop it again. Yeah, not getting ATIS here in SoCal. Or at LAX. Actually, I'm curious. Maybe it just thinks there's a different frequency than the D ATIS one. So if I go to KLAX here, ATIS is 13565. That's what I have tuned in. Let's try the other one though. Let's try, whoops. Oh no, I lost it. Let's try 1338. See if that's recognized by FSHud. 133.8. There we go.
Los Angeles.
Oh, yep, that's it.
Information Pop 1957.
Information Papa.
November 579 Charlie. Continue descent 7,000
miles. Sky condition.
All right, 7,000.
7,000. November 579.
All right, continuing descent 7,000. Turning COM 2 off doesn't stop it.
3005. Transition. Altitude.
3005.
Transition level. Flight level 190. Landing runway 24
It just plays it through all the way, I
left.
guess, before it'll
Departure
disconnect.
runway 24 left. 25 right. Advise you have information pop.
All right, we have information Papa at LA.
Information Pop 1958. Wind 238 degrees at 6
Actually, it's still going.
5 statute miles.
Oh yeah, that's right. Okay. The monitoring button is not recognized by FSHud, so you just need to swap it off, on or off. All right, so we have few clouds at 500 feet, it said, and the ILS will take us down to 200, so this could be a very fun approach. Winds are 238 at 6, so we'll have a nice maybe 4 or 5 knot headwind for runway 24. Visibility is 5 miles. Sky conditions few at 500, broken at 20,000. So we just have this layer of 500 clouds at 500 feet. AGL.
November 579 Charlie. Continue descent 6,000.
All right, 6,000. And once we hit this next waypoint, we're going to expect them to give us vectors. So we're gonna sync the heading bug and get ready for heading mode. The sim is lagging like crazy as it loads in LA. Hey, this is a different trip. There's someone named Trippin down there who's not Trip 500. All right, I see Enon in front of us at 6,000 feet. We are at 6,500 and descending. So they will give us, we're going to level off at 6,000 because that's the end of the star. And then they will give us down to 2,200 at some point and then vector us around. Let's get the bearing pointer on for the ILS. Just so we can see when it's in range. And then we'll get the DME info on the side. All right, we're coming up to Dodger right here. 1 mile from Dodger, and I'm going to sync the heading bug again, and we'll get ready for their descent and vectors for the ILS. I really wish FSHud used initial approach fixes. Sometimes, doesn't seem to ever use them. But I think it is more realistic that we're getting vectors a lot. After this, we're going to take another leg. We're going to take another flight to the east. It'll be a much shorter flight to Ontario Airport, which is in the LA area, and then we're going to go drop off a few more passengers there. All right, and then we are landing 24 right. That's going to put us over here at the very north end of the airport. It's the shorter runway. And then the FBOs are to the southeast, so it could be a long taxi down this way. And there's also maintenance here and remote gates on the west side.
579 Charlie, flight heading 070, continue descent 2200.
2200 070.
Flight heading 070. Continue descent 2200. November 5798 Charlie.
All right, so we're already on 070, but we're over on the... Let's do vertical speed. We're over on the heading mode now. Down to 2200. All right. I'm going to go and activate our procedure because we're suspended now because there's like a discontinuity basically. So we have a manual sequence. Actually, I'm just going to hit suspend. There we go. So that's got Kobe highlighted as our next waypoint. And if we want, we could go here and use VNAV direct again. I'll switch to VNAV. VNAV direct activate. That'll just get us the VNAV for the altitude.
Right heading 085, cleared ILS, approach at 2200, runway 24 right, report established on local
it's not working.
November 5798 Charlie.
Alright, anyway, right heading 085 and report established on the localizer. Which is a little weird because, wait, did they clear us? Yeah, cleared ILS approach, okay. 085, I'm gonna switch it over to green needles myself. CDI, there's localizer. I don't see any DME info, so we're a little too far. Down to 2200 feet. If we look at the map, let's see how close we are. Pretty close. I don't want to turn all the way around just yet. I'm going to give us a little more distance and get slowed down even further.
Check gear.
All right, we're pretty much at idle, so we're going pretty fast.
Check gear.
Regarding the destination elevation set, same as your set MDA. Want to confirm air. Destination elevation is being the same as your set MDA. Yeah, it's kind of. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's set at 330. Is that normal? Or should this be set to the airport elevation? You used to set it 100 feet above landing all the time. Or on the manual pressure. Okay. Why is that? I know it might be a lot of typing, so of course you can ignore my question, but I'm curious why that is. Why do you set it higher than the actual elevation? Does it just help passengers like ears or something like that being a little higher? Alright, I'm not going to turn around quite yet. We have Kobe there, just slowing us down. Alright, let's turn towards the localizer. I'm going to hit nav button and get localizer in white. Still don't have the localizer tuned in yet. Or we don't have the DME distance, but we do have it identified up here. IOSS, is that right? It is. IOSS 108.5, ILS DME. Our go around is climbed to 2000. Alright, just going at like a 45-degree angle to the localizer course. Localizer is set here. We're still descending down to 2200. We're pretty far above the glide slope, so I'm going to make our descent a little more shallow. And we're going to have clouds down to 500 feet AGL. Outside air temperature is 23, so I don't think we'll need anti-icing for this. Check our approach checklist. Altimeter is set, ignition and fuel pumps on manual before landing. Okay, landing gear down, 168 for gear and first notch of flaps. All right, we're capturing localizer. All right, we got the localizer. All right, let's go approach mode here. Our rudder trim is 0. And glide slope in white, leveling off at 2,200 feet. We're in gear and flap range already, 160. All right, let's clean up the screen. All right, over here, once we hit the glide slope and capture it, we'll set our go-around altitude to 2,000 feet. Sync the heading bug straight ahead again. Taking a lot of frame loss, it feels like, because of LA, just how it is. All right, 150 knots. I'm gonna give it a little more throttle here. This is where they yell at us for being in a slow prop, flying into LAX. So you can open the door. Oh, no. I don't mean why are we depressurizing. I get that, but what I'm asking is why the destination elevation is based off our minimum setting for the approach instead of it just being automatically based off the airport or runway elevation. So like, why is it 330 instead of like whatever LAX airport elevation is, like 100 and something feet? Why is it a few hundred feet above the airport elevation? Because ultimately we're gonna land, right? Or is it set for a go around? Since if we don't have a visual of the runway, like we have to go missing, is it set for that scenario? I don't know what happened to my Navigraph chart. There we go. All right, very, very laggy on the frames now. 172 knots.
November 5798 Charlie, established on localizer.
All right, that's our co-pilot calling in, established on localizer. Sync our heading bug again. All right, we want to get down under 168 so we can put gear and flaps 1. We'll do that when we get to the FAF. 330 is your minimums in RA. No. No. Wait, 330 is our MSL minimums. 200 should be our RA minimums for an ILS. Yeah, 322. This is our Barrow minimum, 332. 322. Our RA minimum is 200 feet. AGL. And we don't use RA with the G1000 because I think you can only use RA for an actual minimums on a Cat 3 approach. Otherwise, you have to use Barrow minimums. I have been educated on that in the past. So for a Cat 1 ILS, like the one we're doing, we're not authorized to use RA for minimums. I think that's only for the big boys. Everyone else, as far as I know, is actually legally, you have to use the Barrow minimums.
November 5798 Charlie.
All right, we're about to hit glide slope, so I'm going to get gear and flaps 1. Oh, hey, gear camera's working.
120.95.
Yes, sweet.
November 5798 Charlie.
Dude, that is so cool. It's automatic.
Los Angeles Tower, November 5798 Charlie.
All right, glide slope is good. We're going down to minimums in this thing. All right, let's get this cheesy music off. All right, clear to land 24 right, 2489 knots.
24 right, November 5798 Charlie.
All right, heading straight ahead. Yeah, I'm losing tons of frames. All right, glide slope, autopilot, localizer, yaw damper. That's all set. Ignition and fuel pumps need to be on manual. That's set. Landing gear down, flaps. I'm just going to close that and hope I get some more frames. All right. Our minimums are 330 Barrow. All right, I can see the runway. You can see the lighting right there. You can see the runway pretty well. All right, we are at 1100 on the radar or radio, whichever way you prefer, altimeter. Okay, I'm gonna get flaps 2 out, ignition on, fuel pump left and right are on. That's what we want to see on the CAS. Gears down, flaps 2. And what is our landing speed in this? I think it's 85 knots is the standard landing speed. Yeah, 85 knots, and then landing, idle, brakes, beta as required. Autopilot and yaw damper. I have to put the yaw damper off manually, I think. 36 full flaps at 118 airspeed. All right, we got 3 greens. And we can go flaps full. We want to get to 85. We're 500 feet above our minimums.
260 at 9 knots.
We're at 330. We just passed 830. We're at 800 now. Add some power to keep us up around 90 for now. Watching the little magenta line on our airspeed indicator. Little airspeed trend vector deal. That's way too much power. What is that plane doing? Is that Bobo? It's no Shiro. Someone's just flying around, probably in a jet. Like a military jet. 560, 200 feet to go. We can already see the runway, so we're good to continue. I wish this camera angle actually showed the current airspeed. It's like a little too high. 440. I'm a little fast. Alright, here comes minimums at 330. There's minimums. Autopilot off, yaw damper off. 90 knots. 89 knots. 90 knots. Frames. Frames. Long landing. I'm at idle.
Landing time logged.
November 579A Charlie, when vacated contact ground 121.75.
I don't even need the beta mode. Dude, look how
When
fast this
vacated,
thing
contact
stops. Oh
ground
my god.
121.75, November
This thing
579A
stops so
Charlie.
fast without even using reverse. That's a entrance, I think, over there. That was, the winds were very nice. I didn't have to adjust like at all. Feels good. All right, let's exit here. Contact ground 121, 2175. 0.75. Oh, here's Bobo. Bobo's just... This is a high-speed turnoff, right? Floating in front of me, because it's because I have the scenery, custom scenery. Wonder if they're ever gonna fix that. All right, flaps are coming up. All right, we're gonna need some permission to cross the other runway, I think, here, because we got 25 left is near, or 24 left is near us. All right, let's check our after landing checklist. Cheesy music activate. After landing, fuel pump switch to auto and ignition off. All right, so we basically switched it back to what we had it at, but ignition stays off this time instead of on auto, which is after takeoff, we switch it to auto. All right, pitot can go off. Landing lights off, I have a switch for that, and strobe off. Flaps are already retracted. We'll turn that to taxi. Transponder on standby. Man, the lag here is crazy. Transponder on standby, unless you're on VATSIM. All right, that's all done. Easy. All right, it says when vacated, contact ground, but it is not, it's not contacting ground. It wants us to have exited 400 feet behind us somewhere, but that's fine. Did the chat break again on the screen? I don't know if it showed anything or not. It broke on the last stream, so I had to like reload it. Pro at this thing now. I'm getting better. I mean, when you, dude, thank you for all the info, Bike Guy. It's like super, super nice to have somebody very familiar with the plane that knows the answers instead of me and maybe others here just guessing because we don't actually know. We're like, I think that's right. It's nice to have a definitive answer on some things. But yeah, dude, this thing is awesome. I don't like flying into LA though, because man, the frames are horrible. Even with the 4080 frame generation on, giving me extra frames, It's a disaster. All right, over here we go to our charts. And I won't be a master. I won't feel like I'm like a master at this until I have all the failures on and I know how to recover for them. That's the mastery we want. All right, I'm just gonna park. We're just gonna speed taxi over to GA parking. Or if there's a spot that looks like it could be GA, we're gonna take it. Oh, Enon's on his way in. Let's go check Enon's landing here. Parking brakes on. Someone's behind Enon. I'm not sure who it is. John C is behind. Is that John from Ireland, John? Alright, we can position this right over here, near the 1,000-foot marker. Oh, nice. John's coming in first, it looks like. Oh, they're both coming in right hot on each other's tails. Alright, John, no pressure. You're being watched. And let's see how complex our shutdown checklist is. Oh, Enon's first, actually. Parking brake, cabin comfort, avionics gen. And, okay, 15 items in that checklist. Alright, Enon's on his way in. TBM. Actually, no, he's in the M500. I can tell by the wings. They're very, very flat. No winglets. No, like, flared up winglets. And then it looks like John's in the... Is he in the Vision Jet, maybe? It's a very thin fuselage. Oh no, this is a TBM. I'm wrong, it's a TBM.
Oh no. Los Angeles Tower 1803.
He's got the... Oh no, he's on the ground. He's on the ground. Oh no, I missed John. He's on the ground. It's just they're floating because of the airport elevation, because of the scenery. The double TBM landing, one with flaps and one without flaps. Wait, are those both TBMs? Hold on, this is the 930, right? It's got the flared winglets, or whatever you call them. The winglets that stick all up like that. That's the 930, and then Enon is in the 850, I guess, which doesn't have those.
Wind 248 degrees.
Is that the difference?
Runway 24 left.
Yeah, they're very, very slightly flared up.
Cleared for takeoff 1803.
Like the... Oh no, maybe not at all. Yeah, they're totally flat. Okay, so the 850... Yeah, the ends of the wings are just a little bit different. Okay, they are flared just the tiniest bit towards the back side of them. Nice. Man, I didn't realize there were... Okay, now I'm getting better. I'm getting better. I gotta learn how to do it. Oh, John, I missed... there's so many... Who did I miss? I see John here. Enon landed. Oh, I think it was the German. Deuterino? I missed one of you guys. I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, the 930 is much more flared. I think that might be an AI flight departing. I think that's also part of my problem is I have the traffic being injected. And that adds a lot of frame loss the more planes you have in. Oh, dude, you landed with me. Okay. Yeah, I was very focused. I didn't catch all the landings. Sorry, guys. All right, let's go over here, find some GA parking spots. The taxiway map, I don't think is showing me my current location.
1803, contact SoCal departure 124.3.
The traffic is, I forget what the sources are. I'm not using FSLTL, but I'm using the built-in one that's in FSHud.
Charlie, runway vacated with Yankee.
I'm not sure what their source is. Is it? I think it's AIG maybe.
November 579 Charlie. Contact Los Angeles Tower 120.95.
The GTA 5 map.
November 579.
Are you talking about the taxiway diagram? It's through Navigraph.
Charlie, taxi to gate, Sierra 3, via Yankee, Lima, Charlie, Charlie 12, hold short of runway 06 right, 24.
Yeah, FSHud has its own
Taxi to gate,
AI,
Sierra 3,
AI
via
like
Lima,
external
Charlie,
traffic
Charlie 12,
sources that it
hold short of runway
uses,
06 right,
and it
24
also
left,
integrates with
November 579
FSLTL. So if you use FSLTL, it'll use that instead of the other sources.
Los Angeles Tower, November 5798 Charlie. Request cross runway 06 right.
I think I'm just going to park here just to save time, and I'm going to reload in for the next flight just to kind of clear things out. We're just going to make our own parking spot right here, next to this big hangar.
Cross runway 06 right, 24 left. When vacated,
Park on the grass, there we go.
121.75, November 5798 Charlie.
All right, let's turn that off. All right, let's go up here. Parking brake set. Yes, parking brake is set. Cabin comfort to off. That's down here. Power to idle. It is. Cabin control off. Wow, what is going on?
Altitude 18,000. Transition level.
I got the other ATIS. Oh my god. Stop. 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 Oh. Oh my god, why is it doing? Oh god. It does not handle COM 1 and COM 2 well. How do I just turn this off? Where's the power button? Cancel flight. Cancel.
Departure runway 15 right. Advise you have information golf. Santa Barbara ATIS information golf 20.
Santa Barbara? What? No. This thing really needs to respect the comm radio settings because it's not easy to get it to turn off. Oh man. Man, my frames are dead. I think the frame problem is also probably being really messed up with the double Navigraph charts loaded. I should probably just use one of them, like maybe even delete the plugin here if I have to. There comes a point where having all the convenience of things like that, if it's affecting the performance, it's just not worth it. But I think this is mostly LAX traffic and my external traffic being injected. Okay, cabin avionics switch off, generator and alternator off. Avionics, alternator, generator, fuel back to manual, or off, I mean fuel pump switch off, condition to cut off.
Engine off, time log.
Check that there's a
The
feather
flight is
cast message.
It has been monitored by OnAir.
Pitot heat is off, condition lever off. Feather cast message on. Don't see that yet. Bleed air closed. Oh, my frames. Pull that out. Battery switch off. Set the wheel chocks. We're going to actually do this because we don't want it to be in a bad state when we come back in. Go over here. Ground services. All right, pitot cover. We're going to set the chocks. Even though this is a funny spot we're parked at. Don't worry about it. We're on the AstroTurf. And then set the prop covers, pitot covers. There we go, that's set. I think that, did the prop just stop spinning because I did that? Okay, I think we're all shut down. GPU is off, everything else is good. Flaps were up, landing gears down. Sweet, I think we're good. All right, I'm gonna load back out. Let's go check OnAir. See how our landing was. Probably crappy. That's not too bad. 150 feet per minute, but the G's were 1.14. I think like anything over 1.1 is crappy. Landing speed 68 knots, so a little slow on the landing speed, but that's just from floating. Besides that, let's see, we got 0.8% reputation increase. All right, so we have another leg to do to the east. Croissant stowed, yes. Oh, the inset blocked the CAS. Yeah, maybe, I'm not sure. Maybe it did. All right, we have another leg to do to the east to Ontario, so let me set that up. And I'm just going to reload into the sim. Get everything a fresh start. And then this time I'm going to let the loading of everything, the fuel and the passengers, be manual before I track it in OnAir. Saw a lot of coffee drunk. SJC to Ontario. Okay, we delivered 2 of the passengers, but we still have, and all the cargo, and then we have 1 passenger that's going to Ontario now. All right, we're going to take this 1 person to Ontario. I should also see if there's another freelance job I can grab that goes that way. Looks like I have all of these. Is this from an Airbus mission from before? I think I have a freelance Airbus. Yeah, I do right here. Let's get rid of that by abandoning that mission. What's up, Lumen? Was fun flying with you for the first time. Oh, the chat's broken, isn't it? Oh, no, wait. The chat is not broken. I just have to add it onto this screen. There we go. Fixed. That's why it's not showing up. Nice flight. Even got decent frames. Nice. Yeah, I think the third-party scenery I have is what's killing it. Oh, the no loo on board. Oh, I get it. Kiwi's like the loo. I got you. Lots of coffee, and yeah, no, there's no bathroom. There's no loo. There's no head, whatever you want to call it. Okay, let me cancel this one. SFO. This is the one I need to abandon, I think. Yeah, 102 passengers. That is not. I'm not going to do that. Okay, so we just have... oh, no, it's 2 passengers need to be brought over to Ontario. So I'll prep that. I could go and try to get another single job over to Ontario, but it's fine. We'll just leave it alone for now. All right, we'll go to SimBrief Dispatch and get the flight plan going. We got the Piper chosen, LAX to Ontario. Let's refresh our departure time. It is. This is going to be a pretty fast flight. We're in 908 Charlie. That's our on-air tail number for this plane that we're renting temporarily. Sebi 3 departure. Or we can do the SLI 8. I think that's Seal. Is that Seal Beach 8? I'm going to go ahead and bring up the Navigraph app and do a check here. I want to see if any of these are for turbojets only. All right, over to Navigraph. And we're just going to look at the LAX departure charts. I want to see if any of these are realistic for a turboprop. So the Sebi 3 is the first one it's recommending. Here's the Sebi 3 departure. DME and radar required. 16,000 here. No speed requirements that I see. At or above 3,000. At or below 3,000 for one of the runways, and cross at or below 3,000 on the other. And then top altitude assigned by ATC. This looks like it's a turboprop eligible departure procedure then. Yeah, there are no crazy speed restrictions. It doesn't say turbojets only anywhere. It just says DME or radar required. So I think this one's good. So we're good on the Sebi 3. Let me close that. And let's accept that then. Sebi 3 to Seal Beach. Victor 8 to... What's PDC? PDZ. We'll find out in a minute, I guess. All right, let's generate the flight. What's up, Underdog? How you doing, man? We're going to do a short flight here. LAX to Ontario. 5,000 feet of altitude. 23 minutes in the air. And I'll paste in the route here in chat. No remarks, so we're not overweight or anything like that. That was kind of nice the last time. We actually burned enough fuel taxiing and sitting on the ground that we were at our maximum takeoff weight when we got to the runway. And wind looks like we're gonna have a little bit of a tailwind. Okay, that is set. Let's go load in at LAX. Let's lose all of our frames. I'll load in down here at the GA ramps. I think down here is GA. Let's try out another livery. Let's do this absolutely crazy looking one with the chevrons all over it. That looks like a bug. It's just very weird. Maybe it'll look better in the sim. I don't know. All right, live traffic is off. Multiplayer is on. USA West, the usual. And OnAir Company, we're not going to do a time offset. We'll fly real time. It's only 1:30 here in LA. In California, import the sim brief data. It's got our fuel up to 74%, 855 pounds of fuel, 243 pounds of payload is still available. All right, I'll hit fly now, but I'm not going to auto set the fuel or anything this time. So with OnAir, if you guys use OnAir Company, there's these little check boxes on the right. Oh, it says auto set disabled this time. Interesting. That'll probably change once we load in. So usually if you have something that does the loading for you, like we do in the M500 or like you'll have in airliners, either the auto setting of the fuel and payload and stuff will be disabled like it is here. This will probably change once we load in. Or you want to uncheck these auto set boxes if you're going to do it manually in some way, like we're going to do with this plane. If you have the auto set here and you hit start tracking, then it's going to automatically set the payload instantly in the plane. So if you don't want to use the what the? Oh, come on. This bug is so annoying. Every time you change your livery, it changes you to a runway instead of parking, which is very annoying. All right, so we're going to go back and load it at parking. I think I'm borderline committed to learning this plane. It is pretty awesome. This is like the GA Flyers version of an airliner. It's the GA GSX experience. If you wanted a real answer, Underdog, things are good. I'm stoked that it's the weekend. I got a couple sips of my cold brew to finish. I should do that right now. I've been off stream. I've been playing Star Citizen with a good buddy of mine. It's very addictive. We're having a really good time despite all the bugs. It's kind of an incredible experience, to be honest. It's kind of like the utopia dream of what people have wanted in a space simulation, space adventure game forever. I understand the hype around Star Citizen. But if you decide to play it, you need to understand that it's a complete alpha. It's like a pre-alpha and everything will explode and break all the time. But the experiences like we're having, flying around and doing these missions together in like a multi-person spaceship, it's incredible. I don't know. There's nothing like it. It's so much fun. My buddy that I'm playing with, my buddy Mike, he's a huge fan of Starfield. He loved it and spent a lot of time in it. But he basically said like, Star Citizen is basically what Starfield should have been, like with the multiplayer capabilities. It's just too much fun playing with your friend. It's kind of like the feeling I get when I do shared cockpit in Microsoft Flight Simulator, where it's just like, oh my god, this instantly feels realistic and a whole nother level of just cooperation with a friend. Like, it's awesome. It's just crazy how much money they've raised in that game. There's like 4+ million people have donated. Basically, you pay for a starter kit that gives you a plane and a ship, starship. You start with like a small one, but you can go up to like hundreds of dollars in what you're buying, which ships you're buying. But they're all completely unique and just awesome. I don't know. And basically that money you use for the ships goes towards the development of the game, which has been in dev for like over a decade. But they recently had some tech demos showing off their new client and server technology. It's absolutely insane. It's like a combination of like No Man's Sky, if you've ever played that, where it feels seamless to go from like a ship in a hangar to taking off and exiting atmosphere to traveling through the stars to landing it somewhere or docking with some space station and then getting out and then being on foot and it suddenly being a first-person shooter. That like arc of shooter and flight sim, space sim in one, it does that, but Star Citizen feels much more like serious compared to something like No Man's Sky. I don't know. Check it out. We've been having a fun time with it. I know people are very, very passionate about that game, kind of like I think they are with like DCS as well. But it's been very, very fun getting into it. It's been a really fun time, despite all the bugs that are in it. Overall, we're just having a blast. All right, we're loaded in at parking now. So let's go over to OnAir. What I'm going to do here is this time, I think this is the right way to do it. Anytime you're going to manually load your payload, your passengers, your fuel, you want to go in here and take the payload and fuel and turn them off from being auto set. So now it's changed to waiting for the sim to have the correct and expected fuel and payload settings. So we're going to do that in the sim. And once we do that in the sim, we should see the green checkbox here and tell us that everything is set as expected from OnAir's perspective. And then we'll be able to hit the start tracking button. When you click auto set and hit start tracking, it'll set all of that for you automatically. So for the sake of time and stuff, you can do that. But because this plane is so cool with, the loading, we're going to go ahead and do that in here. All right, man, I'm just getting all the cheesiest songs. I need to revise this playlist. This song is too cheesy, I think. There, all right, this is a little more chill. There we go. This plane is like the Kodiak plus Phoenix. Yeah, I think so. That's a good description. All right, let's go to our checklist. Get it started. This is a shorter flight, but I'm going to run through the whole thing again here. All right, pre-flight is pre-flight check. So we have everything is listed as okay here. We don't need to replace anything right now. Let's import from SimBrief. All right, LAX to Ontario is correct. Block fuel is 855 pounds. That actually matches SimBrief, 855 pounds. Our payload expected is 474. So let's go down to ground operations, get the GPU set up and connected. Watch that load in. All right, GPU's connected and started. All right, and then we're gonna hit load real time. So down here has everything that's planned. We have 2 passengers at 175 pounds each, and then additional cargo to reach our target expected settings from the SimBrief and from the OnAir and SimBrief requirements for this flight. So we have 2 passengers and some cargo we're bringing over to Ontario. Let's get the red carpet out, and I should have the chocks in place. Oh yeah, it didn't. Okay. Why isn't it remembering the covers here? This livery is crazy. What is going on here? It's like a race car livery. I don't know. This is a little weird. It's not bad. I don't know. It's a little strange. It's got character, I guess. So for some reason, the covers are off and the chocks were off. Even though I think I have the state saved, right? Maybe I'm missing something here. Persistent last fuel and payload quantity. Actually, does anybody know, do I want electronic stability protection turned on? It says protection. I'm going to turn it on. I don't know what it does, but I'm going to turn it on. Generally, when you tick these things, it's more realistic. All the failures I have off still. Oh, let's do engine wear and tear. This is a bad idea probably. Make sure to have engine stress damage enabled in flight sim settings. I believe I have that set here under failure. Engine stress damage enabled. And the rest of these need to be, or crash damage needs to be enabled for OnAir Company. Crash damage does, but aircraft stress damage does not for OnAir Company. All right, let's turn the engine wear and tear on. I'm not a stranger to this actually because of the black square planes. The 208 especially, when you max out the torque, the power too much and over torque it, it'll damage the engine, so I'm kind of used to that. And the same goes for the 850. So we'll try that this flight. Hopefully I won't regret it. Let's go back to ground ops, and this all looks right, so we're going to load real time. Fuel truck is requested. So we're at 32 gallons on each side. And it doesn't show what we're expecting anymore because it slid it off, so that's fine. We'll just wait, let it fill up. While that's happening, we can check our flight plan and stuff like that. The sim is frozen right now. Probably because of LAX. Still frozen, still frozen. Still frozen, still frozen. Doesn't like me. Alright, so our girlfriend was heading out, saying bye. Is the sim still frozen? Alright, the sim is still frozen. It's just completely frozen. I believe the stream is still working. It says I am streaming. I'm gonna check my own stream to make sure this didn't explode. Yep, it is. Alright, still going. Sometimes this happens when you have a ton of things running. Let me try turning off FSHud for now, I guess. You guys are still here. Stream is good. All right. I don't know why it's just completely frozen right now. OnAir Company is responding. Yep, OnAir Company is responding. Oh, we're back. We're back. Yes. It might have been FSHud. I suspended it. Anyway. Okay, we're back. All right. Dispatched arrival ETA for fuel. 6 minutes. 5 minutes. Okay. I mean, we are at LAX, so the fuel truck has a ways to go. I think something I want to get better at is learning, like, kind of more realistic procedures. I assume we will leave the cabin door just open while we're getting ready for stuff, like keep it cool in here. The passengers will complain if we don't as well, so that's all set. And since the GPU is on, I can just get everything set up here. We already have SimBrief imported, but let's check our flight plan and make sure the departure is in. Yeah, the livery is crazy. So if I go back to flight plan, we got the Sebi 3 SLI Victor 8, so I'm going to need to program that in manually over here. I believe. Wait, it has SLI in already. So does it have the departure in? It shows en route waypoints, but it is going to SLI as an en route waypoint. Yeah, but I don't think it has the Sebi 3 in. I don't know if this is legal, but I want to go up here and turn on the avionics and the battery. The battery generally has to be on for VATSIM to work, so I think we would probably turn it on in this case. Yeah, so it says en route. It doesn't have it as a departure procedure, so yeah, we do have to do these ourselves when we have procedures. So let's go to the Sebi 3. There it is. Just a few procedures here at LA. And runway 24 left is what they... And transition is DAG. So let's go over here. Control 4 for the tablet. Let's go to charts and get the departure up. LAX. We'll start with the ground chart. Get the airport info. I'm Let's close that and then go to departure and get the SEBI 3. SEBI 3 right there and pull up the SEBI 3. Wonder why it doesn't load them full screen. Alright, SEBI 3 departure. This is what we looked at a little bit ago in the app itself. Okay, and I just wanted to check where DAG is. Okay, it's Daggett over here is the end. So Daggett is the only transition it looks like. So we're using radials off the Seal Beach VOR, which is here to the south near Los Alamitos. And those are used to get us on track towards the waypoint SEBI. It's 16,000 or above by the time we get to SEBI. Then we're off to Daggett after that. Top altitudes assigned by ATC. And we have a restriction as well here. 3,000 or higher mandatory for ATC separation. So we have to be above 3,000 as we're departing. Grab the top left, it'll tilt. Yeah, I keep doing that accidentally. But yeah, right here. Kind of moves side to side as well a little bit. Alright, let's close the door because it's so loud out there. Alright, that's much better. Alright, 5 minutes for fuel still, so we got some time. Let's go through our checklist. Alright, pre-flight is checked. Maintenance as required. I think we are good on everything there. Checked. Flight plan uploaded and checked. So let's go ahead and load because Daggett is good for the VOR there. Alright, so Daggett and then SLI in Anaheim. And then we have a manual sequence, or a manual segment sequence here. Whoa, what is going on over here? SEBI? Okay, SEBI is part of the departure procedure. And then DAG. I don't think we're going to get there. We're going SLI down there, so we're not even going to get to DAG. So it shouldn't even have us do this departure procedure, actually. Can we modify the departure procedure? Yeah, SEBI makes no sense, and neither does DAG. So I guess we could do this. So we can meet the takeoff requirement. We'll be on the right. We'll be on 2-4 left, and then, yeah, we're just going to go direct SLI. So, yeah, I don't think this departure makes sense for our route. All right, fuel and payload confirmed and loaded. And then we open the door for the passengers. So 3 minutes for the fuel to get here. GPU as required, and then we'll remove the chocks and all covers after they've loaded the fuel and payload. So, how you guys doing? We got 3 minutes to wait. Delivery hurts your eyes. I think the gold color, like the gold and gray color combo is cool, but yeah, it looks like we're looking at like a car driving around town that's being camouflaged because it's like not released yet or whatever. You know, those weird like topography skins or whatever they put on cars, like decals to cover the whole car and wrap it. When they don't want like people to notice the edges and stuff to tell what car it is when it's being test drove. You've probably seen one of those in real life and be like, what weirdo would put this on their car? But it's like somebody test driving the car with like a wrap on it that's supposed to camouflage the car basically, so you don't know what make and model the car is. It reminds me of that, where it's like it's so secret you don't want people to be able to distinguish the curves of the plane. All right, where's our fuel truck? 3 minutes. We're at LAX waiting for a fuel truck. Now, this is one weird thing that's happening. If I go to so if I'm in here and I go to my drone camera, this drone camera is a preset. It's basically stealing my drone camera to do these automatic camera angles. And then when I actually want to use my drone camera, I have to knock it out of that mode to use my drone camera. That's a little annoying. But I'm sure it's the only way they could figure out how to do it, I guess, through those presets. But I guess I could just switch to the drone camera if I want to see the preset. I don't know. Anyway, noticing that. 3 minutes still on the arrival. All right, 2 minute, 1 minute. 2 minute. 2 minutes. Where are you, fuel truck? This is very real world. Waiting at LAX. This fuel truck is like, really? Like, GA at LAX? What are you doing? Get out of our airport. Two minutes. I mean, this is a challenge for the programming on this thing. For it to navigate through LAX taxiways. We should test Denver next. Fuel us up, man. 1 minute. That's a long 1 minute. So long that there's more than 1 minute. 1 minute. There's a truck driving around over there. That just might be regular ground traffic. Ground vehicle traffic. 30 minutes for a fuel truck at Denver, yeah. And this is pretty massive here too, but I don't think it's a Denver. "47 seconds. All right, we should be able to see it soon. Still faster than taking the 10, 10 freeway. Yeah, the 10 to the 105. That is how we get to LAX generally. Or the 405 to the, or just the 405, I think. "35 seconds. 41 seconds. I'll be impressed if it actually gets here. I don't see it in the distance yet. We're being very, very patient. 12 seconds. Man, how long are the passengers going to take to get here? They're waiting at the terminal. They should be on their way right now. And they, I don't think they have luggage. Mattering how it translates the weights, I guess we'll see. I don't know, I might be having trouble getting here. Arriving. What does arriving mean? Where is he? It just says arriving. We're all being very patient right now. Is he gonna like come around the corner here? You know, it having, me using the custom airport scenery too, it getting here sounds like a very difficult feat to program. I wonder if the fuel truck is going to be levitating. I don't know. I don't know if it's actually going to get here. I wonder if it only works at stock airports. No, it worked at San Luis Obispo. I don't see any ground movement. That's ground traffic, like freeway vehicles. Oh man, I don't think he can make it. Don't worry, I'll skip it in a second. I just wanted to give him a chance to get here. I mean, if the fuel truck can't make it, then I'm guessing the passengers, the routing for the passengers is probably going to have the same challenge. I mean, at some point it should just like teleport it there, shouldn't it? Like, it not being able to figure out the taxi route shouldn't prevent us from doing the loading manually if we want to. It should just, the truck should just appear here after a certain amount of time. It says it arrived and is connecting the hose. Huh. All right. Connecting hose. Let's see if it actually fills it up. We're at 64 gallons right now, 32 on each side. Allegedly. Oh, it says it may not work on custom airports or some default ones. Refueling right tank. All right, well, it's working. We can't see it, but it's actually filling it up. So it looks like there is some sort of contingency plan in the code there. Fuel imbalance. Okay, that makes sense. Passengers waiting at terminal. Oh yeah, we see the we don't see the truck, but we see it hooked up to nothing. You know, we're getting part of the experience. What's up, Jay? How's it going? The plane is incredible. Yeah, I'd say it compares to the TBM in terms of performance. I don't know about like the payload and stuff like that with OnAir, but it seems it's very similar. I would say if you're flying the TBM 930, that you should buy this plane and fly it instead. If you want anything, if you want EFB and you want failures and you want a mini GSX with passenger and cargo loading and maintenance and stuff like that, I would buy this plane. This is an incredible alternative to the 930. But, and it has a G1000 in it, not a G3000. I'm going to silence those warnings. If you... Okay, it finished filling the right tank. We just need the left tank. If you're flying the TBM 850, I would basically... you're probably asking about the 850 though. This is the Piper version, the Piper and G1 or G1000 version of the TBM 850 essentially. Yeah, you have the 850. So if you want steam gauge and you want steam gauge and the 530 and the GTN 750, then stick with the TBM 850. If you want a G1000 and something comparable to a TBM, then get this. But if you have the 930, I feel like this will be a huge upgrade for you because you're going to get the G1000 instead of the G3000, so it's still modern enough, but you're going to get what you don't have in the 930 is all of the cool maintenance stuff, all of the cool ground services and loading, fueling and passenger loading and cargo loading. It's like a mini GSX. And then you also get, you know, the EFB, you get all of the failures that you can turn on and off. So this is basically like a black square style plane as well with all these realism settings. So FSReborn has done the same kind of stuff and it's awesome. And then in addition, they're giving you all these ground refueling things and passenger refueling or passenger loading. And you can serve, you have passenger comfort and you can serve them coffee and stuff. I think this thing is awesome. I'm having a good time with it. All right, fuel status completed, disconnecting the hose. Passengers are boarding the vehicle. Let's see if the passenger vehicle can make its way here. In the meantime, fuel and payload were loaded, so we're going to open the door for the passengers. We got the red carpet out for them as well. PC-12 is soon. I don't know anything about the PC-12. I know everybody's hyped for it too. I'll probably end up buying it and trying it as well. All right, door is open, GPU as required. We're gonna remove the chocks and all covers. The sim is frozen again. I have a feeling the reason it's frozen is because of the same reason it was frozen at the start, which is, I'm guessing the FSR 500, this plane, I'm guessing it is trying to calculate the path for the fuel truck to get here, and that's why I froze the first time, and now it's trying to do the same thing with a passenger vehicle. So I think this is just something we're running into because of the complexity of LAX and me using third-party scenery for LAX. That's probably what's happening right now. So we'll give it a minute and then it'll probably unfreeze like it did before. In the meantime, I'm gonna get our flight loaded into FSHud for ATC. I think we should just get this thing started up before the passengers get here and get the air conditioning on. Once it's unfrozen, we'll do that because it's going to be a bit before the passengers get here. Whatever soon means. Yeah, soon could mean a year. It could be next week. It could be tomorrow. Oh yeah, I saw them announce that it was available to watch Overkill's video on it. I haven't watched it yet. If I'm not playing Star Citizen later, maybe I'll watch that video at some point or watch it tomorrow morning. All right, we're back. Yeah, passengers are on their way now. So yeah, that load time, that freezing there is, I think, because of it calculating the route to get there. All right, doors open. We're gonna remove the chocks, and red carpet is out. Covers are removed as well. Let's go through the before start. All electrical switches are not off because I have the avionics on to keep our flight plan in there. Circuit breakers all pushed. There shouldn't be anything not pushed in.
Fuel and payload. Confirmed and loaded.
So we have what? Hotkey camera 7 and 8 give us all these. So 7 looks good and 8 looks good. Those don't look pop to me. Parking brake is set. Bleed air is pulled off. We did that a little bit ago. Emergency switch on and verify check system status. Number 6 to get up here. All right, emergency on. And it says door. Emergency off. Still says door. I think we're just looking for scary messages there. Battery is already on. Fuel gauges, we just got filled up. 855 pounds, that's what we had planned. We can actually check that over here, I think. It doesn't show it in pounds. I think it might be here under flight plan. Yeah, block fuel, 855 pounds up there. We're only going up to 5,000 feet. Battery switch is on, and it wants us to test the fire alarm up here. Okay, we hear that. Let's see if passengers are here yet. Not quite yet. We're gonna get it started though. All right, start using battery. Battery voltage 44 to 46 volts. We got 28, or sorry, 28. I mean, 24 to 26, we got 28. Fuel pump to manual and ignition to manual. Start mode switch to auto right here, and then we lift and push this. It's doing the auto camera, so we're gonna just assume that the oil pressure is rising. All right, close that cover right there. All right, ITT's at 19. We're gonna give it, or it needs to be 13, sorry, on the NG. So I'm giving it fuel now. ITT's rising, max of 1,000. Stable above 63 on the NG, so that's what we're waiting for next. 63 NG and 1200 on the RPMs. You can see the hose. We should be able to just see the GPU, yep. GPU cable that's all connected. And the passengers are on the way. We're just getting it started up before they get here, so they don't complain about it being too hot in the cabin. Door ajar, that's fine. Alright, 64, that's good. So we're going to go up and put the fuel pumps to auto. Ignition switch to off. Alternator and generators can come on, and we already have avionics on. Oil pressure, minimum 60 psi. And we're at 62. Or sorry, 113 psi. Alright, that's good. Alright, let's see if the passengers are on their way. 7 minutes ETA. Alright, we're just going to do the before taxi checklist. Avionics switch is already on. Let's turn that down. That's way too loud. Alright, avionics switch is already on. MFD, we already have that on as well. Consider any illuminated CAS messages. We're good. We just have the door ajar on purpose. Pitot heat is off. Taxi switch should be on. Let's go up to 6. Alright, taxi switch on, and then we'll want nav light on. Nav on. Cabin control or cabin climate as required. Go down here and get the AC started. Alright, that's good. That's on auto, and I think I had it like up here-ish. We'll just put it straight up for now and see what kind of temperatures we get. 25. We want that down to like 22. Underdog says, in the meantime, someone else is getting your fuel truck and passengers on the other side of the airport. Yeah. Bike guy said, remember you can put the prop in 0-degree pitch, slight reverse when they board so they don't get blown away. Maybe in the future. I have not configured this to work in the beta range yet, so I'm just taxing with a lot of brakes for now. Alright, rudder trim, elevator trim, and flaps. Nav switch is on. Climate controls as required. Cabin pressure dump switch is not turned on. Alright, so let's get our rudder trim over to... Let's go 2.5 again. That seemed to work fine. We'll check it once we take off. And elevator set in the takeoff range. I had it down a little bit. I had it nose up a little bit before. Like right around here, and that worked out pretty well on the last takeoff. I'm sure there's some way we could calculate it in a crazy way. Everyone keeps telling you. Yeah, it's just one of those things. It's not a big deal to me. It hasn't been that disastrous taxing yet, so. And I really don't like setting multiple profiles for things, like remembering to change this, because as soon as I switch a plane, I need to remember to change my profile to another one for my Bravo, and yeah, it's just, I'm too lazy. I want things to be as static as possible in all of my settings and work for as many planes as possible. That's also why I don't have my throttle split or my my prop RPM split or anything like that when I'm in a 2-engine plane. I just use one just to keep it simple. Alright, bleed air, push in. Dump switch is good, and then actually we'll wait on this until the passengers get here, if they ever get here. No passengers on board. 2 minutes. I have the door open, so bleed air and setting the pressurization. I don't know if that's something we should do yet. Oh, no bleed air, no air condition. Oh, right. Bleed air in. And then cabin comfort. I mean, I guess I can set it to normal because it's going to automate everything, right? Like, it knows, you know, it knows to not start pressurizing the cabin with the door open and when we're on the ground, so I assume it'll be fine. We'll see how it goes. Normal destination elevation set 944. We can go check and get our charts set over for Ontario under our chart section. Ontario ground chart. We'll get the airport info there. And airport elevation, 932 roughly for the runway. So yeah, that looks like it's fine at 944. Altimeter set. Let's go ahead and get our SimBrief flight imported. Flight plan requires corrections, right? So we're gonna remove Sebi. We're just gonna go direct. So FSHud realized that we had some issues with that flight plan, so we're just gonna go direct. And I'm gonna remove the departure from here. All right, that is clear. So we're just going direct SLI. That departure procedure didn't make any sense. All right. Check our passenger status. This is what it's like in real life waiting for passengers, I guess. 30 seconds for passengers. You know, I should have brought up FSHud right away. It wants me to move the aircraft to another parking position. Let's see if this kills everything. I might regret hitting this button. Whew. Alright, we seem okay. It's probably going to mess up the ground services. It says it's approaching though. Alright, we're getting our clearance. Yeah, I think the truck's not going to make its way here, but we'll get the passengers loading anyway.
November 579er Charlie cleared to Ontario. LAX-1 departure runway 25.
LAX-1 departure.
4,000, then is filed. Squawk 3754.
And 4,000
feet.
Ontario
via LAX-1 departure runway 25 right. Initial climb 4,000. Then is filed. Squawk 3754. November 5798 Charlie.
November 579er Charlie. Redback correct.
25 right.
Contact Los Angeles ground.
That's actually good for us, I think. 25 are on the south side, which is where we are.
121.75. November 5798 Charlie.
All right, and SLI. Okay, this makes sense for our flight plan. Cool. It gave us, I think this might be a realistic departure procedure for us then. SLI was part of our departure, or it was our first en route waypoint. So we'll check this out. It's a radial off the Santa Monica VOR, and then a manual sequence, and then direct SLI. All right, passengers are taking selfies. Let's see if they're actually here. It says they're oh, they are here. They made it. Yes. This is in the wrong spot just because I moved the plane using FSHud, so it's a little messed up because of me. They're flirting with the pilot. Hell yeah. That's what we want. All right, passengers are boarding. Stall warning test. Let's scare the hell out of them right now. Altimeter set. Altimeter was, I don't know. Let's just check the ATIS for now. Or the METAR for now. 3004. And I'll hit B to set that automatically. It says it 3002. We're going to do 04. The initial climb was 5,000. Or sorry, 4,000. We're going to set that and select an altitude. Then we're going to take a look at the LAX-1 departure. Okay, there's 3,000. 4,000. Prep music. All right, altimeter is set, parking brake release. Check our passengers. They are on board. They're pretty happy. 22.9 degrees. All right, so this setting's decent. Pull it down one more notch. And the frames here are so bad. I shouldn't fly into LAX anymore. Good ground ops. So they're all loaded. We can disconnect the GPU this time. The cart's not here because I moved the plane using FSHud, so it's a little confused. Alright, so the GPU port's closed, and now I'll get rid of the GPU. Close the cabin door because the passengers are on. Then we can turn flight sim volume back up. Alright, good to go. Everybody's loaded in, everybody's happy. We're going to tell them to put their seatbelts on. 2 passengers, that checks out with what we're planning. And then we have few clouds at 500 feet still, and they told us that we're going to have runway 25 right. So that's set here, 25 right. Alright, now we need to check the new departure. In the meantime, let's request startup. Now we'll bring up the LAX
Los Angeles
1
ground,
departure.
November 5798 Charlie, parking 382, request pushback and startup.
This is a lot for like a 20-minute flight.
5798 Charlie, pushback and startup approved.
This is Ontario.
Pushback and startup approved. November 5798
I think doing
Charlie.
this from smaller airports where there's more frames is going to be so much nicer. So I just picked too big of an airport because of what OnAir Company was recommending. I did start at kind of a larger airport. We started at San Jose. So if I started more in the middle of nowhere, we'd probably get some more realistic, like shorter routes with smaller airports and save our frames. All right, we're not doing the Sebi 2, we're doing the LAX 1 now. That's right here. We'll start that and bring it up. All right, LAX 1. All right, top is assigned by ATC. Expect further clearances at to final flight level 5 minutes after departure. We're expecting 25 right. Santa Monica 160, radial at or below 3000. Turn left on heading 221. Expect vectors. So that should match up with what we have here. Yep, there's the 221 heading, the Santa Monica 160 radial, and runway 25 right. 5,000 feet is our max altitude, but they told us to climb to 4,000. That's set here. We'll get flight level change and heading on. We'll set 110 as our VY speed. We're taking off over the water, so we don't need to worry about obstacle clearance. If we did, we would set 100 for our speed, or maybe 95. Okay, pitot heat is off, takeoff config. All right, LAX airport diagram. We are at the south here. We're doing 25 right, which is this runway right here. So we're going to expect taxiing, maybe Golf. Yeah, probably Golf, Golf, and then Bravo to maybe some intersection for 25 right, maybe full length at Foxtrot. Requesting taxi clearance right now.
Los Angeles ground, November 5798 Charlie, request taxi.
November 5798 Charlie, taxi to holding point runway 25 right, 5 Alpha Golf, hold short of runway 07 right, 25 left.
All right, looks like we're going
Taxi
here,
to
so
holding point runway 25 right, via Alpha Golf, hold short of runway 07 right, 25 left, November 5798 Charlie.
Alpha Golf, but hold short of 25 left, so we're just going to this intersection first. Delta, what's up, man? Thanks for dropping in, dude. Let's set our flaps. Pitch trim is set. Flaps are set. All right, parking brake is off. Let's check our lights up here. We got our taxi light on. Let's get our strobe. Oh no, we'll do strobe and landing once we're ready to take off. Fuel pumps are in auto. Ignition is off. So before takeoff, we're gonna set those to manual. All right, we did all this, so then we have an engine run up. I'm gonna skip because I'm not cool enough to do that. Generator, alternator are on before takeoff. Bleed air is in. Cabin comfort's already done. All right, fuel pump to manual. All right, nice. Let's go. We're gonna taxi this direction to Golf. Golf is right in front of us, and we're going to hold short 25 left.
Your flight will be monitored until you land and shut
Oh,
down.
nice. OnAir started the tracking automatically, which I forgot about. Alright, Golf is right in front of us. So we're just going right here and holding short at 25 left. Alright, this is 25 left.
November 57908 Charlie. Contact Los Angeles Tower 120.905.
120.95. November 5798 Charlie.
Alright, 209 or 5.
Los Angeles
Co-pilot's
Tower,
taking care of
November
it.
5798 Charlie. Request cross runway 07 right, 25 left.
Man, look at that lag.
57908 Charlie. Cross runway 07 right, 25 left. When vacated, contact ground 121.75.
No more purpose in the chat if OnAir is going to start automatically.
When vacated, contact ground 121.75.
Alright, they told us to
November
cross. Let's go.
5798
Landing
Charlie.
light is on and strobes are on to cross. Parking brakes off. Let's cross over real fast. How are we supposed to do shots? Yeah, I think it only started automatically. Actually, why did it start automatically?
Los Angeles ground.
I didn't hit
November
start tracking at
5798
all.
Charlie. Runway vacated with
But yeah,
12.
it's going. Maybe they improved it so if
November
you have all green check
57908
marks, it
Charlie.
starts.
Continue taxi 5 Golf.
Continue taxi.
Continue
via Golf.
taxi
November
via Golf.
5798 Charlie.
Oh, so it wants us to go this direction, I believe. This is Golf. No, this is Hotel. Golf is in front of us. Okay, so but they didn't tell us to hold short. This is another hold short point for 25 right. Maybe we're taking off from here. Oh yeah, we're gonna take off from here.
November 57908 Charlie.
Yep, we're
Contact
taking
Los
off from here.
Angeles
Okay, that
Tower,
makes sense.
120.905.
Yeah, this is a super long runway, 13,000 feet. So we're taking off from the Golf intersection here for 25 right.
November 5798
Get
Charlie.
the departure up. All right, the LAX 1 departure. We're just gonna take off and go a little south to Seal Beach. Right here, and then we'll be en route. All right, we're ready for departure. Let's go up here,
Los
landing
Angeles
lights on
Tower,
already.
November
Turn that off.
5798 Charlie. Runway
We'll get these
25
set to
right, ready for
manual.
departure.
And we'll get our pitot heat on.
57908 Charlie. Line up runway 25 right.
All right, line up 25 right. Flaps
Line up
are already
runway
set.
25 right, November 5798
85 for
Charlie.
rotation. All right, line up and wait. 25 right.
November 57908 Charlie. Wind 248 degrees at 9 knots. Runway 25 right. Cleared for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff. Just gonna keep it
Runway
rolling.
25 right, cleared for takeoff.
All right, watch our
5798
engine
Charlie.
torque here, because I have engine wear and tear on, so I do not want to wreck this engine. So do not go over 1310 or so. 65 knots. We're at 1270. 75 knots. 85. Rotate. Little more torque.
Airborne time log.
All right, positive rate of climb. Gears coming up.
Gear. Check gear. Check.
We didn't get the gear camera that time for some reason.
Check.
November 57908 Charlie. Contact SoCal departure. 124.73.
All right, 120 knots. Flaps are coming up.
124.3, November 5798 Charlie.
608 GL, autopilot's on. Flaps all the way up. Checking our
Hotel
torque.
departure, November 5798 Charlie, Light 1, departure at 900, climbing.
Alright, GPS enunciated on our autopilot. Climbing at 110 knots, pitched way up.
November 5798 Charlie, radar contact, turn left heading 205, continue climb 4000, altimeter 3002.
Alright, left heading 275?
205.
205.
4000, November 5798 Charlie.
Oh, that's what it's doing right now, actually. Nice, GPS is already doing that. 221. It said left turn 205 though.
November 5798 Charlie, turn left heading 190.
Alright, left 190.
Left heading 190.
We're gonna follow
November
their instructions.
5798 Charlie.
Check the torque. Give it a little more speed here, a little more torque, a little more power. Whatever words you guys use. Pitot heat's on, so these fuel pumps and ignition go to auto now. Let's check our after takeoff checklist. Let's see, we did all this, gears up. Cruise climb, MCP, auto and auto, just did that, ice as required. We got pitot heat on. And what's our temperature? 22 degrees. Cruise climb, verify altitude mode on transponder. Oh, we don't have altitude mode on.
Left heading 070, November 5798 Charlie.
I forget what squawk code they gave us.
798 Charlie, turn left heading 095.
Left 09 or
Left
5.
heading 095, November 5798 Charlie.
Alright, we're at 4,000 feet. Alright, 09 or 5.
November 5798 Charlie, proceed direct Sierra Lima India, then as filed.
Proceed direct Sierra Lima India, November 5798 Charlie.
Alright, they turned us kind of onto course, so we're going direct SLI. Actually, we have manual sequence, so we can just hit suspend, right? If I go back here, we have suspend. I'll just hit suspend. That'll sequence us to the next waypoint, which is SLI. So that's showing up here. And now we can go back to GPS mode. And we're already heading towards that because of their instructions. It said 09 or 5, so we're going to follow 09 or 5. The specific heading they told us to follow, going to intercept our route here to SLI.
November 5798 Charlie, contact Los Angeles Center.
Alright, pulling the speed back a little bit. God, it's so laggy.
124.2, November 5798
Cool. That was a cool
Charlie.
departure. Can we see Santa Monica Pier from
Los
here?
Angeles
No.
Center,
It's
November
like
5798 Charlie, Light 1, departure at 4000.
right, here's LAX, so Santa Monica Pier is like up here somewhere. We're not going to see it.
5798 Charlie, radar contact, proceed direct Sierra Lima India.
All right,
then as
pulling down
filed.
on our throttle here. We're in the yellow.
3002.
Very bumpy.
Proceed direct Sierra Lima India, maintain 4000.
All right, let's get our
November
passengers going
5798
with
Charlie.
their delicious items of choice.
November
Snacks.
5798 Charlie,
Drinks.
expect Papa Delta Zulu, ILS,
They're hot.
approach, runway 08 left, report when ready for descent.
7, 8, where is it? 2?
Expect Papa Delta
That's
Zulu,
close enough. Let's
ILS,
turn this a little
approach,
colder.
runway 08 left, report when ready for descent. November 5798 Charlie.
All right, expect ILS 08 left. So this is a really short flight, so. All right, let's go in and put that in then. 08 left ILS approach. Coffin and PDZ. We're just going to do vectors this time and see how it goes. All right, 08 left. Let's get the chart in. All the Goldschlagers going to waste, Chris. Oh no, poor us. Goldschlager. All right, let's get that loaded and approach at Ontario. 8 left right here, star that. All right, here's the 08 left approach. Localizer is 109.7, 9.7. And looks like, let's see, our initial approach fix. There's Coven right here. Or we can use Jallet maybe? Can we select Jallet? I chose vectors. We can only choose Coven. We're coming from the south, so... And then there's Paradise VOR. Paradise is down to the southeast, so we're not going to use that. That would be if we like overfly into the reversal over here. Jallet is not an option, even though it says it's initial approach fix on the chart. So we're just going to keep it on vectors. And let's set the minimums down here. 1144 for our baro minimums. 1144. All right, we'll go 1150. Enter. Oh, there's Jallet right there. Okay, so we get Jallet. That's brought in as the, it's kind of a fake initial approach fix there. All right, we hit load, hit OK. Cool. So we're on our way to Anaheim, and then Ollie, and then Paksu. We're still direct to SLI right now. What's up, Delta? You have to get back to work. Happy flying. Keep the blue side up. Isn't that what 7-4 Gear says? Keep the blue side up. And we're still at 4,000 feet. They haven't... I don't think they told us to climb. Yeah, so they said proceed direct to SLI, maintain 4,000. And we're expecting ILS 08 left. Report when ready for descent. We're not on the route yet, so it's not able to tell us because we're not on the route. So I'm going to do direct to on SLI here. Now we get our top of descent, 14 minutes. So because we weren't technically on the leg yet, because it had activated the leg between SLI and Anaheim, instead of doing direct to SLI, I have to do direct to SLI, and now that it's all connected, we can get our top of descent. 14 minutes. And how low are we going to descend to? All these have 5,000 feet as their en route altitudes, which was based on our original en route, our original climb and cruise altitude. So I'm going to set these to 4 so we can get some proper altitudes here. It thinks we're at 5. This top of descent assumes we're at 5,000. So we actually should have more time. And then let's clear this. Oh, I can't clear that one. Oh, I see. And it's got Ontario in there in the en route section. We need to get rid of Ontario. Let me see if this breaks everything. Okay, there we go. That worked. So if we zoom this out. Yep. Okay, PDZ is en route. Maybe they'll give us a direct to Tallow or Tallet? Because we're landing on runway 8 left, so that's going this direction. But our routing has us going all the way over here to Paradise, which is part of our filed route. And our top of descent is much sooner now because the route changed. 1:57. Yeah, I think we just need to turn left soon. 2,900 is our FAF altitude. I'll just tell them we're ready for our descent. See what they give us.
5798 Charlie, ready for descent.
Hopefully they'll just give us vectors. Alright, the ILS is 1097 IAOD. 1097 is right there. Let's get our bearings in here. ILS 1 and 2, nav 1 and 2. All right, we're on our way to Anaheim. 3.5 miles to Anaheim. Fix there. It says, okay, it says 11 minutes now, but that is assuming we're going to all these waypoints, which we probably won't be. We told them we're ready for descent, so we're just going to listen to their instructions. Maybe we'll program in a VNAV descent altitude if they give us a waypoint to go direct to. Otherwise, we're just going to use VS. It is so laggy in LA. Actually, let me check really quickly my graphics settings. I don't think they're too high. 100, 100. I'm on a high preset with a bunch of things turned to ultra. Yeah, so I'm not running anything crazy here. It's just how LA is. Let's go to pre-flight, or sorry, to flight plan. Let's check our arrival weather. And let's check our runway. 08 left. 12,000 foot runway almost. Winds are variable at 6 miles of visibility in haze. And clouds are up at 20,000 feet. So low visibility in haze. Altimeter 3003. Gotta render in all the smog. Pollution particles in the air. I believe it is the Any Builds LAX, yes. Yeah, Kevo? I'm pretty sure Ontario is right over this way, isn't it? Shouldn't we be making a... Oh no, it's over here. Whoops, sorry, this is the mountain range, right? Yeah, Ontario's over this way. I thought this was that mountain range, but that mountain range is over here. All right. Maybe they're just gonna vector us once we get closer to the airport. Branston, what's up? How are you, sir? Oh, Kevo, I see you over there. There's also a lot of multiplayer traffic at LA, so that's definitely cutting into our frames here. Oh, and John is in front of us here at 5,000 feet. Just having all multiplayer on is definitely taking a bunch of frames away. Kevo says that is one time we're buying from them is better. Extra options you can turn off to optimize it. Oh, I see. It's instead of buying in the marketplace, you're saying? They have like their own custom thing. Yeah, I just don't want to deal with custom anything. It's good fireworks over here in the UK. I just got in from a medical shift covering one. I am a drowned rat. It's raining hard. Glad you're inside now, dude. Get that tea going or that beer or whatever it is you do. Get your drink of choice going. It'll all be better. Alright, we're almost crossing E-Byte here. I don't know what they're going to do with this because we got... This route makes no sense for that approach. Like, they should have...
November 579.
Alright, here we go.
Contact SoCal approach 135.4.
Alright, they're taking us over to a new SoCal controller.
November 5798 Charlie.
Let's see how the passengers are doing. They are hot. 24.4.
5798 Charlie. Inbound Papa Delta Zulu at 4,000.
Oh, I forgot the rudder trim. I just took it out. I forgot it. Oh man.
Maintain 4,000. Altimeter 3000.
Proceed direct Papa Delta Zulu. Maintain 4,000. November 5798 Charlie.
All right, they said proceed direct Papa Delta Zulu. That's Paradise VOR. Have they been served croissants? Yes, they have. They haven't touched them, which is very rude of them. They haven't even eaten the macarons. Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous. They're not even actually enjoying the food, but whatever. What can you do? Passengers are hot. I'm gonna turn this down. Maybe we'll turn this on to high. Can hear it turn on. Passengers are being a little bit picky in their little private flight they're getting here. Executives, man, what can you do? Oh, what does this home button do? Okay, it does nothing. Alright, well we got haze, but besides that, we'll see how bad it is, I guess. Alright, we are flying over, what is KAJO? The frame rate might be pretty crappy, but it looks awesome. You can go a little bit faster too. Alright, here comes Paradise. We're going to start making a left-hand turn. And yeah, I guess we're just going to be doing the reversal over here. Let's see if that's actually programmed in. It is not, so I think what I'm going to do is go back in here. Choose the ILS again, but choose the initial approach fix. And then...
November 579 Charlie, turn left heading 290.
Left heading 290, November 5798 Charlie.
Alright, left heading 290, so I have Ontario in here. Let's listen to them. 290. Heading mode. Alright, 290 in heading mode. Let's delete that extra Ontario that I have here. It didn't ask me to do the reversal again. Whoa, that got all messed up. Let me just go and activate the approach. Alright, Coven. So it didn't ask me to do the reversal, but I feel like we're supposed to be doing the reversal on this approach. I think if I chose PDZ as our initial approach fix, it probably would prompt me. Because we did cross PDZ.
November 579 Charlie, turn left heading 275.
Okay, yep, there we go. Now we
Left
have the
heading
approach in.
275, November
Now we have the
5798
reversal.
Charlie.
Alright, left heading 275. There's 275. And let me clean this up again. So PDZ, we're actually more like here. Menu, enter. Activate that leg. Yeah, so this reversal makes sense. And that is definitely my bad. I should have looked, like we had PDZ set up for our route, so they're gonna obviously bring us to that waypoint. And this approach had PDZ as a transition. I just didn't choose it. I chose vectors. If I chose PDZ, we would have gotten the reversal in, and then I would have been like, oh right, we're gonna do the reversal. ATC a choice. I still use FSHud if I'm not using VATSIM. It's pretty solid. Its taxi instructions are pretty good. It doesn't have like voice recognition, but I find that voice recognition sucks in all of them right now. Maybe we'll see that get better when Beyond ATC comes out. But yeah, I think of all the ones I've tried, FSHud has been the best. We're still at 4,000 feet here, so let's check the reversal. Okay, yeah, 4,000 feet until we get to Jallet. Then we descend down to 2,900. So I'm gonna actually hit GPS here. I don't know that they're gonna tell us to do the reversal or anything, but that's definitely what they're setting us up for, is to do the reversal. So they have us on course to intercept that waypoint. Once we hit that waypoint, we'll be able to descend down to 2,900 during the reversal. Actually, is it during the reversal? It's after the reversal. So we can see the solid line here, 4,000 feet. We're not supposed to do the descent until after we cross over Jallet a second time, to make sure any traffic coming in doesn't slam into us. So we're a good 1,000 feet over any traffic that happens to be coming in on a straight in or through like Covin right here. So it keeps us above them when we're doing this reversal. This hold in lieu of procedure turn. All right, fly heading 280. Yeah, they're putting us directly to that waypoint. I'm actually just gonna keep it on 275. Oh, it's already connected, or it's already activated GPS mode.
579 of Charlie. Turn right heading 285.
Yeah, it's just trying to get us to Jolet.
5798 Charlie.
Or Jolet, or Jolet, however you say it. Alright, check our checklists. It'll be interesting to see if Microsoft overhaul ATC. Yeah. They made one or two improvements in the last sim update, right? Or is it the upcoming sim update? I think it's the upcoming one in the beta. There are a couple ATC things I had looked at. One of them was during a climb, it's going to give you your next climb instruction before you reach your current one. It was always really annoying. Like, they'd be like, climb to 10,000. You climb to 10,000. As soon as your autopilot's leveling you off at 10,000, they give you the next climb instruction, and then you have to change your selected altitude, re-engage your vertical mode.
November 579 of
It's really annoying.
Turn left heading 245. Cleared ILS. Approach at 2,900. Runway 08 left. Report established on localizer.
Nice. All right, they're just having us do the reversal, basically, so I'm going to let the GPS do the work.
Approach at 2,900. Runway 08 left.
And we're at 4,000. We got it pre-selected on 2,900 already. We'll start that descent once we're aligned with the final approach course. We already checked our ILS, so that's in here, 109er 70. And can I turn DME on? There we go. DME's on. I forgot to turn that on before. For some reason, I thought it was automatic, but you have to go down to PFD options and hit DME to get this. Or you could just rely on the bearings, I guess. But I think the bearings give you GPS distance, which is ground distance. DME gives you slant distance. So drawing a line from your plane down to it. All right, 178 knots. I mean, we're cruising. We're starting the reversal here. And the protected side for the reversal is south, as it's depicted. So we should see it turn to the left here to do the reversal. So we should go outbound a little bit. Actually, it's going to turn left regardless. Yeah, it's going to turn left out here. So the way that it's doing this reversal is based on our entry, what course we're flying when we do the entry. So that's where you do or where somebody that's better than me would do the trick to figure out the entry type, but luckily the G1000 does it for us. So I believe this is is this a teardrop or a parallel? It's not a direct, right? Because if we were doing a direct entry, we would go through the waypoint and be following the racetrack. But we're on the opposite side of the racetrack, so I think this might be parallel. And now we're going to turn around and then cross back over. But if it was direct, we would say we came in from this direction, we would cross this and be following the racetrack depicted. Or like this way, we would be just following the racetrack. When we come in from an opposite direction, we go outbound first and then turn around. I think, is this teardrop? I don't know. I'm not great at it, but I don't think it's direct. This is either teardrop or it's parallel. I'm pretty sure it's teardrop though. Parallel, I think, is if we fly in on this one for, I don't know. I'm just guessing. I need to brush up. I'm bad. All right, once we get around this and we cross over Jolet again, then we will do our descent down to 2900 at Narod, or Narod. And then it should automatically change us to green needles for the localizer intercept. And then before the FAF at Narod, we'll get our gear down and get our flaps 1 under 168 knots. Let's check the rest of our checklist here. All right, approach check, fuel and ignition. So we could just do that now. All right, these are set to manual, altimeter and standby altimeter set. We had just set it recently, but let's go double check. Arrival METAR. Right here, 3003. That's what we have set. That's good. Back to the chart. Landing lights are already on because we've been at low altitude the whole time. Fuel quantity and balance. Right here, it's totally balanced. Landing gear down under 168 knots. All right, then landing check, gear, brakes, flaps, full at 118. All right. Autopilot, yaw damper. All right, manual, nav, strobe, and landing lights are on. All right, now we're turning to intercept the final approach course. We should see it switch to green needles automatically. I'm gonna hit approach on my Bravo. So we have Loc and GS armed. It should switch over right as we cross here. And I'm also gonna hit VNav. Oh no, we got the glide slope already. All right, we're in the glide slope, cool. Go around is climbing right turn to 4,000. So let's set 4,000 up in our selected altitude. Sync our heading bug straight ahead. And start slowing down.
Check gear.
Airport is right in front of us.
Gear.
All right, glide slope, Loc. We're slowing down to get our gear down. Sync the heading bug straight ahead. It's saying check gear because we're in idle. All right, there's 168 knots. Gear coming down.
November 579 Charlie, continue approach.
Dude, the auto cameras are really cool.
November 5798 Charlie.
Flaps 1. All right, flaps 1 and giving it some power to compensate for that. Continue approach.
November 579 Charlie, contact Ontario Tower, 120.6.
120.6.
All right, we got manual
November
fuel pumps, manual
5798
ignition.
Charlie.
Flaps 1 so far.
Ontario Tower.
And then we're about to cross the FAF. And then flaps 2 is 135 and then 118. 68, 35, 18.
November 579 Charlie.
All right, here comes 135.
At 7 knots. Cleared to land.
134,
08
flaps
left.
2. Clear to land, 08 left.
Cleared to land, 08 left. November 5798 Charlie.
Parallel for teardrop, you would have joined northeast. Yeah. Oh, yeah, you're right. Because when you, that sounds right. When you do teardrop, it's because you're crossing over and you're going to the outside over here. So yeah, this would be teardrop and then back inbound. Since we were coming from here, we're flying the outbound course first in the wrong direction and then spinning back around. We're kind of ignoring the direction of the racetrack on parallel. I think you are right, sir. All right, let's see how far we are out. We have no DME for some reason, even though we're past the FAF. We have the right, I mean, we're on the localizer. I wonder why we're not getting DME info down here. Anyway, let's get full flaps out. Runway threshold, 3.5 nautical miles to the threshold on GPS distance. Is DME broken? 1097. We're tuned in. 1097's green and identified. Yeah, with no DME distance. Is there no DME on this localizer? That wouldn't make any sense because, yeah, they have DME distances depicted everywhere, so. But it just says ILS, it doesn't say ILS DME, so maybe there is no DME. I guess that could be a thing. The last one at LAX said ILS DME. All right, 1700. Our minimums are 1150.
10 and 2 knots.
So we got 500 feet to go. OnAir Company is giving us the wind as well. All right, landing's on, strobes on, pumps are good, ignition is good. We already did all that. Flaps are full and indicated. Landing gear 3 greens, 100 knots, a little fast. I'm gonna slow down here. We're almost at like complete idle. Like I have almost no throttle in. And winds, we have 8 from the right end. We have a 6 knot tailwind. Ground speed's over 100 knots. All right, autopilot's off. Yaw damper is off. Gotta push the nose down. This tailwind is not helping. Nice crab.
Landing time
November
logged.
579er 8 Charlie, wind vacated, contact
Oh.
ground 121.9.
It always just
Wind
feels
vacated,
so
contact ground,
abrupt whenever you
121.9,
land a
November
small plane in this
579
game. Like
Charlie.
every single plane, as soon as the nose wheel touch, it like freaks out. I feel like every time. Maybe I just don't hold the nose up long enough or something like that. All right, there we go. When vacated, contact ground on point 9er. We made it to Ontario. A two-leg OnAir Company mission, which I never do. All right, John, thanks for flying along, man. I saw you in the air. I don't know, you must have landed before me. You were pretty far ahead of me. Oh yeah, you're already at the gates. You're already at parking over there. I see you, sir. Oh, are you in the ATR? I want to take a look at his ATR before he leaves. He is in the ATR. A man that knows how to fly an airplane. Changed the ATR to LAX. It looks I love the ATR. I've barely flown it. I like learned a bit about it, watched some videos about it, but haven't quite flown it yet. Keep getting interrupted. Keep getting interrupted by all these awesome planes. All right, flaps are up. Let's see, fuel goes to auto and ignition goes off, I believe. And then we do pitot heat off, landing lights off, and taxi lights on. Parking brake is on. It says when vacated, contact ground, and we already are vacated. I think maybe I got off on the wrong side of the runway. Yeah, it expects us to be over here at Lima, I think. But it's fine. We're just gonna cancel the flight. We don't need it for parking. All right, parking brake is off. Still learning, but it's good fun. Yeah, it seems pretty challenging. It's weird how it like feels like such an air. It just feels like an airliner inside that cockpit. I mean, I guess it is used by airlines. Or was? I don't know. I assume it's still used somewhere. It's a pretty cool plane. All right, let's taxi to parking. We'll check our OnAir Company stuff. We'll get the passengers deboarded and all that. I don't think there's actually deboarding in this, is there? I don't know that I've even checked that. I think once they're boarded, you're just kind of done. See you later, John. Thanks for hanging out. Oh, ATRs fly into New Zealand for Air New Zealand. Air Chathams? I don't know how to say that. They look so awesome. I would love to see an ATR in real life. Alright, we're just going to park right over here next to the ATR. Dangerously close. Alright, let's see. Is anybody on their way in still? Kino the Husky. I think we lost everybody else. When you're in LA, the frame loss is real. Yeah, I don't see anybody else in the air, so I think we're good. Alright, let's go to shutdown checklist. Let me see if I did the after landing correctly. I think I missed a bunch of things. Yeah, I did fuel pumps to auto. And ignition to off. Pitot switch I turned off. Landing and strobes I turned off. Ice, yeah, off. Retracted. I didn't do transponder on standby. If we did VATSIM, we wouldn't do that anyway. Alright, parking brake is set.
Parking brake. Set. ECS cabin comfort switch.
Alright, comfort to off.
Power lever. Idle.
Turn the air conditioning off.
Cabin climate controls.
Ticked, those are off. We're at idle.
Avionics switch.
Alright, control 6. Avionics,
Off.
generator, alternator,
Gen switch.
fuel pumps.
Off.
Alright, then condition to
Alt
cut
switch.
off. Done.
Engine off,
Off.
time logged. The flight is
Fuel
finished.
pump switch.
It has been monitored by
Off.
OnAir.
And then under ground
Condition
ops, I
lever.
don't think I can. Oh, you can
Cut off.
unload. Oh, you
Feather
can.
CAS message.
Let's get chocks going. Unload real time. Nice. Stretching their
Check
legs.
Bleed air
What's
lever.
up, Steve? We just landed in Ontario in California, in the LA area, but I am going to be done after this because it's been 4 hours and 20 minutes on stream today so far. So I'm going to be done after I shut this down, sorry to say. All right, passenger fuel status. They're waiting for their transfer. ETA 570 minutes. That's going to come down because the sim is frozen. So we're just waiting for it to calculate the taxi thing, I think. It seems like whenever hi and bye. Sorry, man. It was just the wrong time. Just finishing up. Sorry about that. Okay, now it's calculated it. So now we should see. Okay, they're waiting for transfer. 4 minutes. So we should be seeing them come out soon. Let me get the cabin door open. We got the carpet out for them already. These executives need this little extra pampering. Alright, while the car is on the way, let's get the battery turned off. Oh, cool. The EFB stays on when the battery's off. That's awesome. So we can finish doing this stuff. Alright, so we're waiting for their car to get out here. Bobo, I see you. Someone just did a VTOL takeoff. Scrappy Crown. It sounds like he's in a military jet of some kind. Bobo just made the fastest landing I've ever seen. Alright, ETA 2 minutes. Chocks are out. And I guess since it's all shut off, we can put the covers on. And we should definitely take their food away. Let's see. Actually, can we? Oh yeah, I can just hit this to take the food away. You can just put the tray table up. There we go. And let's stow those pillows. Goodbye, pillows. Pillows go like right back here, huh? Do they actually just sit back here? They do. Oh, that's awesome. I didn't realize when you stow them, it actually puts them back there. Passengers are thirsty. Oh, it said good landing. I didn't know that it actually tracks the your landing rate and stuff. Oh yeah, we're gonna pull the bleed out here. I forgot that. All right, we're just waiting for them to deboard. Let's check OnAir while we're waiting. Oh, this was a better landing. 1.08 Gs, 80 feet per minute. My last one was 1.15 and like 150, so this is a bit of an improvement, even with a tailwind. All right, nice. OnAir Company can be shut down. I want to see the deboarding. All right, 1 minute, waiting for transfer, waiting for vehicle. Let's see if it can, if the vehicle will get here. I don't know that we'll see it actually pull up. Oh, I see it. I think that's it right there. Yep, white SUV. Here comes your vehicle. All right, bike guy. Hey, thanks. Definitely picking this AC up. Thanks for all the tips, bike guy. Have a good one, man. Have a good night over there. I don't know what time it is in New Zealand. I assume it's pretty late. But thanks for all the help and the advice on the air conditioning and stuff, and the rudder trim police. Appreciate it. Hopefully see you on the next one. Soul says I did a flight in the 787 from Alaska to Cancun. Challenging landing in the rain. The FSR, I think it's incredible. I think this thing is, it's like up to par with Black Square. I think that the EFB is incredible. And everybody on Xbox, I think, should get this. Because anybody on Xbox that's missed out and been sad about missing out on using like SimBrief import and using Navigraph, they can all now be Navigraph customers. Lucky for Navigraph. I feel like, yeah, everybody on an Xbox should have this, I think, if they're taking IFR stuff seriously. Yeah, this is like the first plane to have SimBrief and Navigraph in there. All right, passengers are ready to deboard. Boarding transfer vehicle. Luggage waiting to be unloaded from aircraft. If they think I'm gonna do that, they're kidding themselves. We're just sitting right here. Oh, it's 11 a.m. Oh my god. Yeah, we're pretty much on opposite sides of the world from each other. That does make sense. That red carpet is glitching into the ground. All right, what are they up to now? They're boarding the transfer vehicle. Okay, luggage is being unloaded. So we should see the weight going down while this is happening. Total weight's 43, yep, 76, 43.55. There's their luggage. Yep, looks like all the luggage is off. Still says unloading from aircraft. Oh, 20 more pounds just came off. Yep, there it is. And a lot of cargo. 2 passengers and a ton, like, what, 100 and something pounds of cargo? All right, that was the last of it, 97 pounds. All right, they're bringing it into the vehicle now. All right, see you dudes. Don't forget to tip your pilot. I'm sure that they paid me very well. There they go in their fancy SUV. It honks again. All right, get the cabin door closed. We got all the covers on. Chocks are in place. I like how one was tossed out on its side. We're just like done with them. All right, cool. Covers are on, chocks are on, red carpet can go away. And it'll remember all this for our next flight tomorrow. Or maybe on Tuesday. We'll see what we fly tomorrow for a little sightseeing, do a little VFR flying, world tour route from that world tour site all together. Do that. Yeah, this is all set. We're in good state here. And all of our tire pressure and everything are still good for the next flight. Sweet. All right, guys. That was fun. I'm getting a little more confidence in this plane. Mostly thanks to chat. So, what time tomorrow? Probably around, I don't know. It's hard to, it just matters when I wake up. It's usually between 11 a.m. and 1 p.m. California time. It just depends on what I get up. I have to wake up on a schedule for work 5 days a week, so I don't really want to set an alarm or anything to make sure a schedule goes exact for a stream, you know? So it's pretty much just when I wake up on the weekends or if I take my time in the morning or not. Sometimes I stay up late and wake up much later, so. See Bobo here and his NX Cub. Or just the X Cub, sorry. NX is the nose wheel variant. Thanks for flying along, Bobo. Good to see you. And John, thanks for flying along. I think Kevo was on the first flight as well. There were a bunch of you guys on the first flight. Oh, you're in Cali as well. No biggie. Nice, man. Yeah. It'll usually be like late morning or early afternoon that I'm on, just based on my own personal, my internal clock or how late. We'll see how late I'm up playing Star Citizen tonight. That could have an effect. And KEMT, we are at Ontario. All right, guys, thanks for hanging out. And I'll see you guys on the Discord, or at the least, hopefully see you tomorrow for World Tour flight stream. Try to pick somewhere we haven't gone yet, and we can just, I don't know if we'll be in turboprops or what. I'll probably try to find a turboprop friendly one though. Internal clock wakes up at 3 p.m. Hey, that's happened before. That I've totally done that before. After a late night out or something, yeah. Me and my girlfriend have definitely slept until that late before. I kind of like this livery. I don't know, it's growing on me. It's very weird. I just like goldish colors, gold, grays, neutrals. The color scheme is my style. I don't know about all these like chevron zigzag patterns going on, but anyway. All right, guys, thanks for hanging out. I'll see you guys tomorrow. See you on Discord. Have fun flying and have a good night. See ya. All right, am I supposed to make it really loud? See ya. All right, have a good day. Thanks for tuning in. See you guys next time.